Okay, and it's got audio. Great.
Brandon, if you'll just cue me in. Hey, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our first virtual event. Well, really, it's our second virtual event, but I don't count COVID. That was a whole mess I try to forget about. But welcome, everybody, here to the first annual virtual event that we're going to do preseason. We're going to try to do this in March every year. Basically, what we're doing here is I'm bringing in some experts on top of the summit, right? And this is reaching out to some people that maybe can't really afford to go to the summit. And this is a really going to be keyed on education, right? And everything we're doing to try to learn basic meteorology, but this is going to be more on advanced side of things, really. I mean, you're talking some things that are going to be a little over your head, but it's okay. That's what we have questions for. We're going to have Gabe Garfield here. That's going to really redo his advanced meteorology that he had to get cut off. I cut him off at this summit due to time. He's going to do the entire thing today for free to everybody. Very advanced, very high level meteorology. Within that, I'm going to introduce some individuals that are here now. Gabe is not here right now. Of course, he's got a family and coming off of work right now, so he was not available right off the top, but he'll be here later on this afternoon. But I'm going to introduce some people. First, I'm here for the board of directors. Also, Brett is an advisor to the board of directors. Brett Adair is here also. We will be here for now. If you have any questions, please reach out. Brett and I are definitely going to try to get to your questions, and then we'll also go on air and I'll moderate once we go in. Also here is going to be Ryan Pitt. Ryan is a professional in a commercial and I guess professional, the same thing, pilot. But also we're seeing a lot of drone situations. I actually got approached by a police officer here not too long ago in a damaged area in the Texas Panhandle about people flying drones because they had aircraft coming in and they were just wondering what our thoughts were on, how to approach the training side of that. And Ryan had actually already proposed doing this, so it just kind of worked out. And we're going to get into a lot of legalities, a lot of drone situations there because it seems like everybody's doing it. Brett will also probably key in on that a little bit because Brett's a guy that sells that video, so he's going to help you with those legalities at the end of this. But my favorite thing, no offense to anybody else here, one of my favorite people, the award winner for the Lifetime Achievement from the National Storm Chasers Summit is John Davies. He is honestly the most brilliant meteorologist I've really got to known. I've been taught by a lot of people, but the things John will teach you today is going to be mind-blowing. Already seen the PowerPoint presentation. I know I'm going to be glued. It's just beyond anything that you can imagine what you're going to learn today. So I'm going to let each of these individuals talk. As a board, I'm just saying thank you for being here. This is 100% free. Thanks to Brett and thanks to Brandon Jarvis. He's in the back scene. He's our producer. I work with him at Weather Nation, and so he's just going to be professionally produced. But thank Brandon, everybody. Thank you, Brandon. He's not on here, but thank you for putting all this together. And this allowed us to do this completely free. None of this cost a dime, and everybody is doing this on their own free will and without being paid. So thank you, everybody. I'm going to start with Brett. Brett, if you want to say something.
I'm Brett Adair, meteorologist with Weather Nation, OCM, and Live Storms Media. Obviously, we do the meteorology and the brokering of weather videos. We're going to talk a little bit this evening about some of those drone legalities and such, like Eric was saying with Ryan Pitt's discussion, and we're going to answer some questions on all of that this evening. And basically, we're going to get you ready for the chase season. We're going to talk a little bit about what we're expecting as a collective group of weather professionals here. John's going to have a great talk on severe weather, as well as Gabe. And then we're going to, maybe even dig a little bit into the possibility of a little system here at the end of the week, Eric.
My bad. I kind of muted myself there. I get a little nervous there. So, Ryan, if you want to talk a little bit about what you're going to present, who you are, and what you're going to do.
So, like Eric said, I'm a pilot. That's my day job, and also do some media sales with Brett. Some of that being drone video. And what I'm going to be talking about today is some of the legalities and of flying a drone and how to obtain your Part 107 certificate, and just some situations that you might see out in the field and how to approach them. I'll also have a Q&A at the end in case anybody has any questions. We are monitoring chat both on Facebook and YouTube, so if you have any questions, go ahead and send them over.
All righty. Well, John, I'm going to let you talk a little bit here, and I want you to introduce yourself to everybody, and you're kind of new to some people, but most of us have known you a long time.
Well, thank you very much, Eric. I really appreciate the kind words. My name's John Davies. I've been a meteorologist since the early 80s when I got out of school, and I've worked in television. I've also collaborated with some National Weather Service people on some research. I've written some research papers, and I've storm chased for about 35 years off and on. I haven't done a lot of storm chasing here in the last 4 years, but I'm hoping to get back out in the field more with my wife, Shauna, here this year. And I really appreciate Eric asking me to take part in this. It kind of gets my feet back into things. And I know I'm kind of an old fart these days, but I'm learning the new technology and trying to stay up with it. And I think I have some things maybe that would be helpful to storm chasers, as long as you're very interested in weather. And so we'll be talking more about that some here in just a bit. Okay.
One thing that John has is quite a bit of great reads in scientifically peer-reviewed papers, especially on low-top supercells. And if you just want to learn about low-top supercells, which is very, and I'll let John talk about this, and Brett, kind of southeast of how many times we have those fast-moving low-top supercells that are just got ground scraper freaking tornadoes just taking out towns, and how much that is a great read. And we're going to post some of those links, some of those papers that he's wrote out there for everybody to see, because it's some of the best reads I've ever had, and it's helped me in storm chasing and forecasting in general. It's one thing we're going to do with John, and we're going to let him talk about some of all that and what he's doing, and we'll get down that road here shortly. But what we're going to do, a lot of us still need to eat the dinner that we're going to present, so we're going to pass this on to Ryan. I'm going to put a disclaimer on here. I think Ryan has flown a plane near a storm. Is that didn't you used to fly around storms or something like that, Ryan?
No, not around storms. No, we try to avoid them as much as possible.
I think that was Skip Talbot that actually did that.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought it was you, Ryan.
Caleb Elliott and Skip Talbot did that. I'm pretty sure. I know Caleb was involved.
Yeah, Caleb I think was part of that. Yeah.
Oh, I got you. I couldn't remember. I swear I thought that was you, but what do I know? So anyways, we're going to leave this off with Ryan, and we're going to start a presentation. And like I said, this is going to be a all evening event. We're going to get in some sidebars. I got some people that we know that may stop in and have a discussion with us, just in general. And we're just going to be a hangout, get some dinner, have a beer. All our fans at Stormfront Freaks and everybody else tuning in tonight, thank you. And we'll be on. So Ryan, it is all yours. Brandon, on to Ryan.
Okay.
All right, everyone. Looks like we're all set up there now on the screen. So yeah, my topic tonight's going to be drone usage and storm chasing. It's not entirely specific to storm chasing entirely. I mean, there's some other situations where you could use this information as well, just with drones in general. So about myself, I've had my Part 107 certificate since 2017. Reside in the Wichita, Kansas area, and like Eric said, I I am a pilot. That is my day job, and I have experience both in the airline and corporate sides of the industry. And I've been storm chasing mostly since about 2013. There's a little disclaimer. So this is tailored mainly for people flying in the U.S. If you're listening in from Canada, the U.K., Australia, New Zealand, it's going to be different with the rules in the different countries. And the FAA can always investigate anything and anybody they deem to be in violation of federal regulations. A lot of these regulations are they kind of have a gray area, right? It's not entirely clear on what they mean, and there's situations where these regulations can be stretched in different directions. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to give my interpretation of what some of these gray areas mean. Doesn't mean that I'm entirely correct. It's really up to the FAA to judge, but I'll just give you my opinion on what I think. And if you have any questions, you can reach out to your local FSDO, which is your Flight Standards District's office, or the FAA's UAS division, which is probably the second part there. The FAA's UAS division is probably the better route to go, honestly, because sometimes you'll call the local FSDO office and they're going to have no idea. The drone thing is still kind of new for a lot of these people. So do you need a FAA certificate to operate a drone? Basically, if you're operating some kind of commercial operation, earning money or some benefit from it, then you're likely going to need a Part 107 certificate to operate. So let's go over a few examples here. So for Part 107, first example, taking video of a supercell from your drone and then uploading it to YouTube where you can monetize video. Obviously, you're making money off of it. That your intent is to make money off it. It's all about showing what your intent is. Another example, taking video of lightning night with your drone and trying to sell it via a broker like Brett or Severe Studios, either or. Any kind of business in general, realtor, roof survey, maybe even a wedding photographer, something like that. And then this one gets kind of more into that gray area, right? So your neighbor asking you to take pictures of his boat in exchange for a few beers. So you're getting something in return for it, which kind of makes it a commercial operation. Let's go into some recreation examples now. So taking a highlight video of your son's football game and then sharing with parents at a later time and date, that's perfectly fine. That's recreation. Not making any money off of that. Taking pictures on a vacation with your drone, test flying it after you just got it, and taking video of your friends, say, fishing, and then they post on their personal Facebook pages just to share with their friends. Navigating the National Airspace System. This is where it gets a little bit complex. So we have different types of airspace out there. It's mostly categorized into controlled and uncontrolled airspace. Here are just some examples. It's not limited to these, but we got Class A, which is about 18,000 feet and above. That's your Class A airspace. So you have to be talking to air traffic control at all times above that. Class B airspace is going to be your busier airports, Chicago, Denver, Dallas, that sort of deal. You got Class C airports, which are busy, but they're a little bit smaller, say Wichita, Tulsa, Omaha, think something like that. We also have Class D airspaces, which are even smaller than the Class C, and they're your local towered airports. So let's see, maybe like up in Atlanta. You got Fulton County. You have Gwinnett, I think, is another one out there. It's a Delta. So they're still busy enough to have a control tower, but not busy enough to be a Class C or B airport. We also have Class E airports, or airspaces rather, which, if you can see the example here of the picture to the right, there's a little purple hashed line there. So that showing is a busier airspace that is uncontrolled, right? So we also need clearance into any of those controlled airspaces. Uncontrolled airspace, Class G, which is pretty much everything else except for a few outliers, you don't need a clearance for. So how do you get approval to fly into airspace? So there's the low altitude authorization and notification capability. This allows you to get into some airspaces. Not all the towered airports out there have this option, but some do, and it'll allow you to fly at certain altitudes within the airspace. In the picture here, you can see how it's kind of there's different sections here, and I'm not sure if all you can see it, but there's altitudes within those sections. So this is just an example here of Wichita. So where you are in relation to the airport, you can fly to a certain altitude with this automatic approval. When I say automatic, it takes a few seconds, but it's mostly automatic. I like to use air control by Aloft AI. Try to pull up the app here for an example. So basically, you can get an iOS, and it basically shows you the airspaces around you, and this is how you can get your automatic approval. And you can select commercial or recreation. And this is just one of the many apps you can use. This is just my personal go-to. All right, this is kind of an interesting subject here, temporary flight restrictions. So we mostly, I mean, for the most part, we don't have to deal with these on a regular day-to-day basis. However, they can pop up quickly when they do. An example of maybe a place you'd see one, maybe there's just a wildfire and they got to get emergency aircraft into there for um, firefighting work. So they have to put up a temporary flight restriction for other aircraft so they can't interfere with that work. Now, it's very important that you check for these before every flight. And violating these, depending on what kind of TFR they are, can put you in trouble with fines, possible jail time, and they can take away your certificate that allows you to operate under Part 107. The possible jail time kind of comes in there with more serious ones like presidential and VIP TFRs. Oops, there we go. How high can I fly and how far? Short answer is about 400 feet AGL. AGL stands for above ground level. So when you're actually flying, it doesn't seem like it's really that high, but this example picture is about 400 AGL from that location. Kind of gives you a good bird's eye view of what's going on out there. The long answer is it depends on the current weather conditions and airspace requirements, just like we talked about. If you're filing under that LAANC link, or Lance is what the FAA also refers to it as for some reason. There's no E in it, but they call it Lance. Or at least one of the guys that I talked to from the FAA called it that. Depending on, if you're restricted 200 feet, then obviously you can't fly all the way up to 400, but in most cases, it's going to be 400 feet above ground level. How far can you fly? You got to keep your drone within unaided line of sight. So what that basically means is you can't use binoculars to look and oh yeah, there's my drone. However, at night with a beacon, you can still see the beacon farther out. So you can actually probably fly farther at night than you can during the day, if that makes sense. Operating hazards. So like in this example, a cell tower. So how much wind can you fly in? Well, it kind of varies from drone to drone. Each has a usually recommended or demonstrated wind tolerance for each specific model. They're not necessarily limitations. It's more of a recommended number. So if you're more experienced, you can fly in windier conditions. For example, DJI, you can put your drone into sport mode, and it'll give you extra power, but it also drains the battery faster. And in some models, or maybe all models, it'll also turn off your safety features where you can avoid objects. So that's also something to consider when you're flying out there. Giving way to other aircraft. So obviously, if there's another aircraft in the way, you have to give way to it. And, like I said earlier, for example, with the firefighting, it can be an issue there, right? You're getting in their way of getting maybe, I forgot who had a video the other day of helicopter getting water out of the lake. I think it was somewhere in Texas or Oklahoma. So obviously you don't want to get in the way of that, of them getting the water to help put out that fire. This will also include helicopters. So here's the actual regulation here. I'll give you a second to to read it there. And this is, like I said, the regulation. This is lawyer talk. So when you read that, maybe you have a different viewpoint of what it's saying, but it doesn't necessarily mean you have to land. It just means you have to give way to them and not interfere with their operation. So I hope that kind of helps explain it a little bit, at least my understanding of it. All right, so here's a good picture. A star is approaching, and visibility is decreasing to the west, right? We've all seen something like this before from the ground, but here's just a different perspective from the air. Visibility rules. So here is the legalese version of the visibility rules here for Part 107. So we'll read it here. The minimum flight visibility, as observed from the location of the control station, must be no less than 3 statute miles. And a statute mile is basically equivalent to a regular mile. There's like a very, very slight difference, but for all purposes here, it's 3 miles. For purposes of this section, flight visibility means the average slant distance from the control station at which prominent unlighted objects may be seen and identified by day, and prominent lighted objects may be seen and identified by night. So if you kind of think about what this is saying, maybe you guys have a different take, but think about if you're on the ground, maybe somewhere in the south, and it's talking about 3 miles, right? How are you going to see 3 miles out when there's just trees? you can't from the ground level, right? Notice how it says average slant distance from the control station. So that's from the ground. That's not from what the drone's seeing, right? So it kind of gets in that gray area, right? So how do you determine what the actual visibility is? Just something to think about. We'll talk about it here in just a bit. So you see these clouds when operating. Do you need a land? Here's your cloud clearance requirements for operating a drone. The vertical component there, 500 feet, that's 500 feet below a cloud. Obviously, they don't want you above a cloud because that's going to affect your visibility of seeing the drone. Horizontal, 2,000 feet away from a cloud, and we'll call it roughly, I mean, it's around a third of a mile, I guess, just rounding up to 6,000 feet there. And in the picture there, you can see my poorly drawn little drone there with a little camera there at the bottom. It looks more like a duck or a platypus or something, but yeah, they're compliant. They're 2,000 feet to the right and 500 feet below. I mean, they're fine. One thing to note, this is from the position of the drone, not the operator. So if you're sitting at, we'll say 0 feet there, you're at a beach or something, and the cloud level is at I don't know, we'll call it like 600. Obviously, you got to be 500 feet below the cloud from where the drone is, not where you are. That makes sense. So what do we use for weather sources to determine visibility and other weather in general? So ideally, we're going to use the local AWOS to determine cloud and visibility conditions. But what happens if there's no weather station closer? The closest weather station is reporting something that's just totally different from what you're seeing. In this case, my opinion, just use your best judgment by what you're seeing ahead of you. And going back to that definition of visibility, objects in the distance. So maybe you're out in the plains and you can actually see 3 miles out. Then use objects in the distance just to assure yourself that you have that visibility. So let's look at a METAR. METAR is an acronym for Aviation Routine Weather Report. Let's break one down here. All right, and I'm sure some of you meteorology students have seen one of these before at some point, or maybe even some storm chasers out there have seen one of these. So working left to right here, the reporting station is the first section there. So in this case, it's Wichita, Kansas. Almost all of these METARs out there are going to have a 4-letter airport code. So you might say, well, the airport code's ICT, but they're going to add a K in front of it for most major airports there in the U.S. Next box there is date and time. So we have 05, that's the 5th day of the month at 1953 Zulu. So many of you have used models out there, they're all in Zulu time. So right now we in the central time zone we're -6. So if we had that 1953, we take 6 off of there. We are at 1353 local time, so 153 local in Wichita. Next box there is going to be the wind speed and velocity in knots. In this case, wind is out of the north-northeast at 14 knots. So basically it goes from 360 back around. So we're in that 020 quadrant. That's from the north-northeast, 14 knots. Next box there is going to be visibility. So in this example, it's good visibility. We're at 10 miles. The SM there at the end stands for statute miles. The next box talks about cloud coverage. So in this case, we have a few layer there at 16,000 feet and a broken layer at 22,000 feet. The classifications go from few, scattered, broken, overcast. Next box is temperature and dew point in Celsius. So in this case, we're sitting at 14 degrees Celsius there for the temperature and 2 degrees for the dew point. And the last box there is the altimeter, which we call it in aviation talk. So it's what the pressure is in inches of mercury. So we're sitting at 30.02 inches of mercury. The last section there that is not boxed off is remarks section. That kind of gives you just some extra information. So that last section there at the end is where it says T01440022. That's showing your temperature and dew point with some more specifics there. So we're sitting there at 14.4 degrees Celsius and 2.2 degrees Celsius there for the dew point. So it's a relatively good day. Let's look at something a little less pleasant. All right, here. So here is Peachtree. That's an airport right outside of Atlanta. Peachtree DeKalb is what they say there, and even though there's an L in there, I know some of you from Atlanta are like, "Well, it's DeKalb," but in Northern Illinois, it's DeKalb, which is the correct way. So looking at the visibility here, we are sitting at 2.5 statute miles, and we need 3 to operate, right? The -RA is light rain, and the BR is going to be mist. So it's raining and misty outside. And you really don't want to be flying in that, even if the visibility is up, just because, water and electronics don't mix too well. Going off to the ceiling section, or the cloud section of the METAR, we are sitting at scattered at 2,500 and then a broken layer at 3,500. Now that's good enough to fly, but for the clouds, but can we fly? Answer is no, because we're restricted there on the visibility. Let's look at another example here. So this is for Decatur, Illinois. Got good visibility there at 8 statute miles. But the clouds are overcast at 500 feet, right? So that's also a no, unless we just turn on the props on the ground. There you got your 500 feet, right? But you can't actually fly. All right, let's look at this next one here. This is Spirit of St. Louis Airport there, just outside of St. Louis there on the west side in Chesterfield. Visibility is good there, 10 miles, and we got a ceiling of overcast at 700 feet. So can we fly? The answer is yes. However, we're limited to that 200 feet because that gives us 500 feet between the drone and the clouds. Now, should you be flying in that kind of weather? I would say no. This is where the drone laws kind of vary slightly different from actually flying a fixed wing aircraft. So in fixed wing aircraft, if we're under visual flight rules, we couldn't come into Spirit under normal circumstances. However, with a drone, according to the rules, you can. Operating near roads. So you can operate over people as long as they're in a stationary vehicle. If they're in a moving vehicle, it's a no-no. There are some exemptions to that, but it gets a little bit more complex where you basically need prop guards on your aircraft because you're not allowed to have any kind of, say if the drone fell out of the sky, you can't lacerate any skin or anything like that, then it's a no-no. So for most cases, for what we're doing, you can't operate over a moving vehicle. You can operate the drone from when someone else is driving from a moving vehicle. So, say in like the Spalding case there, Jordan, as long as it remains in sight and you're over a sparsely populated area. You can't operate a drone from moving aircraft. I don't think you should even try to attempt that, even if it was legal. Oh, I think something happened to our presentation. There we go. Flying at night. So that's kind of a cool shot there. Some lightning. This is just outside of Wichita. So you can fly at night with usage of an anti-collision light under Part 107. This is the actual regulation. Basically, it's saying you need a light on your aircraft that can be seen about 3 miles away, or at least 3 miles away, so you can avoid a collision. Can I film in disaster areas? Now, this is something that Eric was actually talking about here. So you can fly over areas impacted by weather, unless it's limited by a TFR, or airspace issues, or some towns have local ordinances against it. Or, say you go to like a national park, obviously you can't fly a drone there. There's rules against that. Don't launch from somebody's private property unless you have permission. And if law enforcement asks you to leave, you should. I had an issue actually when I was shooting this picture here. This is the aftermath of the Andover, Kansas tornado back a couple years ago. And the emergency manager there was there parked and had an issue with me flying, where they had to kind of call in to see if it was legal with their side of things. And just remain calm, explain what you're doing. If they need to call somebody, have them call somebody. But legally, in most cases, you're able to film. All right. So we kind of learned some of the basic rules here, and now we're out in the field. Made it to supercell that you feel confident it will drop a tornado, right? So you're up in the air, you're ready to go. Hey, look, it drops one here. So you finally get that grainy shot of a tornado you always wanted. I'll show you this little time-lapse video I took. This was last year in Oklahoma. So that's kind of like a unicorn there. You finally found what you're trying to go after, and it finally happened. Maybe not as close as you wanted it to be, but it's there. A lot of the storms we chase, well, the odds of it actually being a visible tornado are fairly low, right? Out of all the tornadoes out there. But to get one, and then you got to get a drone up and get it framed right, make sure you're all legal, ready to go, outside airspace, cloud clearances, all that kind of stuff. So it is a very hard task to do, but it is possible. You've probably seen plenty of videos out there from Brandon Clement, Jordan Hall, and a couple others out there who have shown what they can do with drones, right? So how to obtain a Part 107 certificate. This shot I thought was kind of cool. This was in Kansas a couple of years ago. So I'm not going to read this out loud. I'm just going to have it up on screen here just for a little bit so you can see it. So there's Part 61 certificate holders and average Joe. So your average Joe is most of you out there who aren't regular pilots. Part 61 certificate holders are your pilots out there with a private pilot certificate or higher. So basically what you have to do is take a test either in person or online. Online if you're a 61 certificate holder, and in person if you're an average person just trying to get into it. You have to fill out a 8710 form, which if you are a pilot, you know exactly what that is. It's basically, here you go. Here's I got my aeronautical experience. I'm ready to go for my check ride. But in this case, it's a knowledge test. You need your test to be validated if you're a Part 61 holder, and eventually, when I say validated, it's got to be from a DP, CFI, or somebody from the FSDO. And then eventually you'll get your temporary little piece of paper that says, I did it. And a couple weeks later, like 6 to 8 weeks, you'll get your actual plastic card that says, that you're a UAS, a remote pilot operator. Keeping your remote pilot's certificate current. So most people probably don't know about this, but you have to take a recurrent test every 24 calendar months. What a calendar month means, so say I got my initial certificate today on March 6th, 2024. So the next time I'd have to have that recurrent done would be March 31st, 2026. So that's your 24 calendar months. You go all the way to the end of the month. So anyone who holds a Part 107 remote pilot certificate, you have to do that online training. And if you have a Part 61 flight review, which means that if you're an average Joe, that's not going to mean anything to you. But if you're a Part 61 certificate holder, you know what that means. And you can take a different test for that. So here's some resources here. First one there is the FAA site that gives you more information about becoming a UAS pilot. And the left side there is going to be your Part 107 regulations. So if you want to read all the legal text on that, it's that QR code to the left. I'll leave this up for about probably another 20 seconds there so you guys can take a picture if you need to. All right. And we're on to questions. My social media profile is there in the bottom left if you have any questions after this that you need something on there. So my X profile you can send a message to, X/Twitter, whatever you want to call it now. Let's go ahead and take some questions here if we have any in chat on YouTube or Facebook. And Brandon or Eric, you can help me out with that if you see anything. Yep, I can hear you.
You seen anything?
No.
I thought I had one. Guys, everybody else can chime in here. Anybody else? You can open up mics there, Brandon. Okay.
Sure. What do you got? That's actually a good question. Is Brett still on here? I don't think he is. So for me, I'm a Part 61 certificate holder, so I didn't have to take the same. Well, I mean, I had all the knowledge, or at least most of the knowledge going into it, so I didn't actually have to take some prep. There are courses out there. I don't really have anything specific that I know to take, but keep in mind that you do have to do some kind of prep and study for this test. It's especially if you don't have any aviation experience. It's kind of geared towards almost some of the private pilot questions that you'll get on a written test if you're doing your private pilot exam.
I had a question on here about distance, gauging distance.
Yep.
What do you use for references on gauging distances?
Like talking about like ground objects, like we were talking about earlier, is one example. Otherwise, you have to kind of go off those METARs or actual conditions that you can see. So even in the air, if you can see miles out, for example, in the planes, it's great. We got a gridded network of roads, and usually a mile, right? Mile to the next one, mile to the next one. So you can kind of judge that way. It would be a good example. Otherwise, using local weather. Does that kind of answer your question?
Yeah, well, that was somebody else's question.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Evan Benj, I think I'm saying that right, wants to know, so what you're saying is he cannot race a plane with his drone?
There actually is a speed limit for drones. I think it's 87 knots, which is, we'll say, a little over 100 miles an hour. So there is a speed limit, but most of the stuff we're flying, unless you're flying one of those FPV drones, you're not going to get that fast.
Gotcha. Brett was supposed to be on here in just a minute, so I think he'll have a few more. Let me go to Facebook and see if there's anything on here.
Yeah, I think I just saw something on YouTube here. Ryan, what do you recommend? Radar Omega or Radar Scope? I use Radar Scope, but that's what I've been using forever. Radar Omega, I've heard good things about, but I can't give an honest opinion. I haven't used the app.
Well,
Yeah,
I could tell you just based on me and my experiences and whatnot. Here's the deal: just prepare your. Not only will you get an FCC fine, but you're also going to get an FAA fine if you get caught doing that. So a lot of times Brett can't even sell it without your license number on some of that.
And that's kind of more on him to cover himself. Yeah, so the real answer to that question is, do you need a license to do it legally? Yes. Can you do it without one? Yeah, but you could get caught, you could get fined, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, yeah. I just got a text from Jeff Petrowski. He should be on here soon. So, all right, everybody. We've been on just under an hour. So if you guys want to take a 5-minute break, what we're going to do.
Hold on, I found one more question here.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Do I need these licenses for flying a crop spraying drone 100 feet off the ground in an open field or private property? Yeah, in that case you would, since it's for the crops, right? And you're going to hopefully make money off the crops, correct? So in that case, yeah, you should be using a Part 107 license for that.
Cool. Another question: is a knot 1.5% of 1 mile per hour, or what is a knot?
Knot is 1.151. So if you take your miles per hour, or your knots, times it by 1.151, that's your I think I'm confusing myself here. The conversion factor is 1.151. So your knots are going to be less than your miles per hour. So you could take your knots times it by 1.151, and that equals your miles per hour.
One more question. We had a discussion. There's a question by Lucas. I can't even pronounce your last name, buddy. But is there any discussion within the pilot community about future drone convergence and how many drones in one area is going to be a problem?
Yeah, I see the question. There is discussion of yeah. I mean, I've seen drones out there when I'm droning when we're covering severe weather events. So yeah, it's a real reality out there that you're going to have to watch out for. Do I think it's ever going to be that big of an issue? Probably not. It's a big sky out there, but anything's possible. All right, is that about it for questions? I see on YouTube, I don't think there's anything else. Okay, here's one. With weather's technology, can you obtain local permission to fly pre-storm? I'm not sure exactly what that's asking, but yeah, you could fly at any point as long as you have your permission if you're inside airspace. Otherwise, yeah, you should be good to go. Ryan Shepard's talking about remote ID. So honestly, I'm not too big of an expert on remote ID. I know that you have to have a drone with remote ID now, but I can't offer much on that. Another one, what's the average cost to obtain a certificate? With a written test, it's usually $100-something there. So that's your entry cost, at least to get the certificate. To get an entry-level drone, you're looking $500 to $1,500 depending on what you want. Let's see. I think that's about. Are pilots concerned about weather balloons? No, not really. I have been flying before where I've almost hit like a happy birthday balloon, but that's about as close as I've come to a balloon. Let's see. I think that's about it. Anybody else have any other questions in here? Oh, all right. Eric, I'll let you take it away.
Okay. Yeah, we're going to have just kind of a quick break here. Take 5 minutes. We're waiting on Brett to get online. I'm waiting for Jeff to get on. And we're going to have a quick discussion. But in the meantime, take a quick break. Be back here at about 5 till.
Okay.
Hello, everybody. We're back. How's everybody doing? John, you enjoying this? How's that?
Okay. I'm still awake.
Yeah. I know that pilot stuff is crazy because there's like so many terms, and I'm just like, there's some talk in my household about me getting my private pilots, and then I'm like, do I really?
It's complicated stuff. I know Jordan Hall came by the house here a couple of weeks ago, showed me his drone, and wow, it's a pretty nifty piece of equipment. But I also realized there's a lot of rules to follow. And that was a good presentation that Ryan gave to get us all aware of that.
Yeah. So what we're going to do now is kind of get to know your local meteorologist. I say local, we're all world renowned. So, Brett, if there's somebody on here that doesn't know you, which is probably going to be extremely surprising, but although this is going to be up for a long time, I have 3 questions.
What do you got?
When did you start?
Oh, man. So I caught the weather bug back in like 1989. I think it was the year my sister was born. I lived in rural central Alabama, about 55 miles outside of Birmingham. And we lived in a mobile home at that point in time. And we had, all kind of bad weather going through. And I want to say it was in February. And we went under tornado warnings. And the thing, for whatever reason, was, they tell you to get in the center of your home. Well, we were watching a guy here locally, I think that night, Jerry Tracy. He just retired. He was at the NBC affiliate here at NBC 13. And, they tell you to get on the lowest point, center of your home. Well, when you're in a mobile home, you don't have much, many low points that you can get unless you just go outside and get in the ditch. Well, my parents put me between a washer and a dryer, which was really weird, but whatever. And we had a small tornado pass pretty close to the house. Well, my dad was not the brightest bulb in the box when it came to severe weather. And he decided to open the back door and take a look. And the tornado basically tried to suck him out the back door. And I think he made friends with a pine tree in the backyard that eventually fell. And that was kind of my first memory. And I was like, whoa, that was real scary, but kind of cool. So at that point, big athletic junkie on baseball. I was a big baseball guy. So I knew that I was either going to do something in baseball or I was going to do something with severe weather. So that kind of started it. And then, I started to learn who James Spann was, because Spann was our local guy here in Birmingham that was known by everyone. And, started kind of collaborating and conversations with James, and was lucky enough to be able to go up and kind of do some intern type stuff with him, and kind of put me in a spot where I am now, 20 plus years in the field, or, doing something with weather. So that's how it all started.
John?
Well, let's see. I grew up in Pratt, Kansas in the 1960s. And I remember what really got me going on weather was a tornado that passed just north of Pratt back in 1965. I think it was June 25th, 1965. And that tornado would have hit my dad's business if it had touched down about one mile earlier. So we were very lucky that way. I live south of town. The tornado went north of town. And I remember our neighbor calling us and saying, hey, there's a tornado out there. Got to see this. And so I run out in the backyard, and we lived on a hill. And you could see it off in the distance, and it looked like it was kind of bouncing up and down. I think it was on the ground the whole time, but I didn't know that at the time. It was just the condensation funnel was going up and down. But anyhow, it was an EF2 tornado. Did quite a bit of damage north of Pratt, the airport, and I'll always remember that. I didn't know what a supercell was at that time, but I still remember the storm that was rotating in this big column of cloud, and it was fascinating me. So that's kind of what got me started, and I've always enjoyed weather since. So I went to school a semester at the University of Oklahoma, and had some problems there. So I went to the University of Kansas and got my degree there later. And I worked at the Weather Channel for a while, way back when it started. And I've also worked for my dad in a private medical business. So, but living in Kansas, I've always enjoyed weather. So, and I'm starting to get a little bit of feedback here. So,
Yeah, Gabe just popped in. I think he just muted his mic, so you're good now.
weather's always been in my blood. And one of my favorite storm chases was the first time I actually photographed a tornado as an adult, which was back in 1990, March 11th, 1990, which was a cold core mini supercell. And I'm going to talk about those here in just a little bit. So that's something I really gained a lot of knowledge about from both storm chasing and doing some research. So
awesome. So everybody, Gabe Garfield, he's in. How you doing, Gabe?
Hi, Gabe. No problem.
Hey, you're the rookie in the group right now, so it's okay. Hold on one sec. So he's just to let everybody know, Gabe is in our waiting room and he can see, but he our producer Brandon has to bring him in. So apologize, he can't quite talk yet. But okay, so we're going to transition here, just for the sake of time. We are at 7:01. So John, we're going to let you take over now. I am super stoked and excited about this right here. And Gabe, if you want to hang out, whatever, you'll be able to talk to us in the background. So we're going to work through your presentation and get you all tested out there, Gabe. So I appreciate you getting on early. And then I know you're going to have a ton of questions for John when we get done here. Same with you, Brett. I have a feeling we're going to have a ton of questions because this is going to be some great meteorology here that I think everybody's going to be clamoring for. So everybody, John.
Okay, are we ready to go? All right. I didn't do a real fancy PowerPoint presentation. I kind of had to put this together at the last minute today, but Eric had asked me to talk just a little bit off the top about what I think the upcoming spring tornado season will look like. And I always tell people that I'm not a great long-range prognosticator, but I do try to stay up with a little bit of the research out there and keep an eye on it. And as many of us know, there's been a lot of research done out there, particularly in the last 10 or 15 years, about what El Nino and La Nina mean to tornado counts and locations in our country here. Here's a graphic up here from a paper that came out back in 2015, and it clearly shows that you have more tornadoes, the dark areas there on the graphic. I can't point at things, so I'll have to describe them. But on the lower graphic, that's during a La Nina. And what that is when the waters of the Eastern Pacific are cooler than normal, and it generates a different jet stream pattern, which I'll show in just a moment. But La Ninas tend to give us more tornadoes here in the United States, and they tend to, particularly earlier in the season, tend to be down in the southern states and parts of the south central U.S. And then if we look at El Nino, that's the top graphic there. The darker orange or red there shows that that's kind of a maximum of tornadoes during El Nino years. But as you can see, the numbers are not as large because the orange doesn't amount to as much as the purple. If we go on to the next graphic, I'll try to explain a little bit about that for what I know. This is from the National Weather Service, and you can see the North American continent there over at the right. And when we do have a La Nina, which is the cooler waters off the coast of Ecuador and parts of the Eastern Pacific, what happens is you get jet streams that are a little more variable, and you get a jet stream sometimes that forms a ridge up into the Gulf of Alaska, but you also get a feed off the Pacific Ocean that comes into the United States with some warmth off to the west. And there's a little more variable in the storm systems that come through that way. What happens is with that variability, you tend to get more tornadoes because you get troughs or dips in the jet stream that come across, and they bring moisture north, and also they provide lift for severe storms when you get that moisture in there, as well as the shear. And so La Nina years tend to see more tornadoes, and they have a little bit of a tendency to be more south and east of the plains. Though we've been in a La Nina now for the last 3 spring severe weather seasons, And we did have quite a bit of activity in the plains last year, all up and down the high plains in June, and even down close to the Mexican border at times in June as well as May. And so the La Nina tends to be a little more active pattern. Now, let's look at the El Nino on the next slide. Can you get that up there, Eric? There we go. Thank you. Now, El Nino is characterized by very warm waters in the eastern Pacific Ocean off the coast of Mexico and down off the northwest coast of South America. And what that tends to do is it generates a very strong southern jet stream that comes off of the Pacific Ocean there, indicated in orange. And that tends to be a little more of a southern jet stream, and it's stronger than in La Nina years. And when that comes in off the Pacific, it brings systems across the southern United States, but they're so far south that it takes some unusual situations to help create more tornadoes in those type of years. And I don't think I'm doing a great job of explaining this, but with that southern flow, it gives things to the south, and we don't get as much variability in the jet stream during El Nino years. And we have been in an El Nino now since last summer. But it does look like maybe we're starting to come back out of that. So let's go to the next slide. Now, with us coming out of El Nino, it looks like it's going to be something similar in pattern to maybe spring 2016. That's the last time we were coming out of an El Nino slowly and maybe going toward a more neutral pattern. And that's kind of interesting because if you think back to 2016, there were some pretty good tornado outbreaks that occurred in the Central Plains. It wasn't a particularly prolific tornado year, but I do remember that we had the Dodge City tornado in late May, and the day before that, some tornadoes near Woodward and in northwest Texas. And then the Dodge City tornadoes, or group of tornadoes, occurred the next day, which was quite an event. And I'm sure many storm chasers remember that. And then the very next day, we had the Chapman tornado, which was an EF4 tornado that struck near Chapman, Kansas, which is in central Kansas, east of Salina. And so there were some active periods in there. And so I think some people are wondering if this next spring season might be somewhat similar to spring 2016. Next slide, please. Now, this is a 500 millibar pattern. This is up at about 20,000 feet above sea level. And the darker blues and grays here show the stronger winds. And we're looking at the continental United States. And over at the left, you can see the darker colors coming in over California. And that's that El Nino pattern with that strong southern jet stream coming off the Pacific Ocean. And if you've been paying any attention at all here, this last few months, you know that California has been getting a lot of precipitation, and at times Southern California has been getting really soaked. And that has to do with that El Nino pattern, kind of like what we're seeing here on this 500 millibar map. This was actually during the Chaser Summit down in Fort Worth. I think it was February 2nd. And there was even an EF2 tornado about 80, 90 miles west of Fort Worth with this setup. But it's consistent with the fact that you tend to get that southern jet stream and that flow of moisture off the Pacific Ocean. But if you go with a strong El Nino, it tends to keep things to the south, and things are not as active. But the key thing is that we seem to be coming out of that El Nino. So let's go to the next slide. Now, this is about 8 or 9 days later, and this corresponds to that tornado that occurred up in Wisconsin. If you remember, I think we had the first ever tornado in February in Wisconsin, and it was an EF2 no less. And it was with this system. And this looks a little different than that graphic I showed you earlier. And the reason I'm showing you is it shows kind of a little transitional period of a few days where the southern jet stream tended to come a little bit more north, and we had a disturbance there, that little wiggle in the contours at 500 millibars going up across the upper Midwest. And that's what helped create that tornado in southern Wisconsin, as well as another tornado in northern Illinois. And I think we will see some more of those transitional phases as we go on into spring. Let's talk a little more about that. Let's go to the next slide here. This is an area that I don't know too much about, but if anybody watches Ryan Hall on YouTube a couple weeks ago, he did a very good explanation of what he thinks the season is going to be like. And he talked about both El Nino and La Nina. And he also discussed sea surface temperatures. And this is a fairly current graphic of sea surface temperatures off the west coast of North America. And if you look down at the bottom in the center and slightly to the right, you can see the orange, and that's where the warm waters of the ocean are right now, because we are in an El Nino. And that's expected to continue, though it will be weakening some. That warmth should continue on into this spring. Now, what some experts and modelers are looking at, they think it's going to warm some, the waters, that is, the sea surface temperatures up in the Gulf of Alaska. And that's a little bit of an unusual situation to have both places warm at the same time as we go into spring. It's not showing up yet. We'll see if it shows up as we get into later weeks here. But if you have both of those areas warm, that does not happen that often. And as Ryan has explained, we go back and look at analogs or periods in weather where things have been similar to see if that's maybe what we could expect. And if we go to the next slide, I'll mention that, as Ryan Hall has pointed out along with some other people, this has a pretty good analog with 1991. And if you were around in 1991, I know a lot of people listening may not have even been born yet, but I was out storm chasing at that time. And I remember the Andover tornado, the first Andover tornado back on, let's see, it was April 26th, 1991. That was a big thing for me as a storm chaser. It was one of the first violent tornadoes I'd seen. It was a pretty sobering experience. And that year as well, we had tornadoes near Hutchinson that were significant. Southwest of Wichita in Kansas there, also northwest Oklahoma around Woodward, and I remember some other cases. And so there are some possible indications that maybe this spring could harken a little bit back to what happened back in 1991. Next slide, please. Now, this is the National Weather Service's outlook for the next 3 months, May on up through, March up through May is what I meant to say. And you can see that they are looking for more precipitation over the southeastern United States in the green. But along the gradients there, along the west of that green, the west or left side of that green area, and then up into the Midwest above that, that's kind of in the edge of that area of moisture. And then when you see drier areas off to the southwest, that suggests, you're going to have some dry air impinging on that area. And so we certainly don't need more drought in the Panhandle. So I hope that's not going to continue with the fires that are going on there. But if we look at the edges of that and kind of look at some of the other things that may be shaping up, if we go to the next graphic, this is kind of a rough idea of where the tornadoes might be as we head into spring, particularly April and May. And I've seen several people kind of highlight this area, some a little further north, some a little further south or west. But I don't think this is too far off. And we've already been starting to see some of that. If you've noticed here in February, we've had, I think, 3 tornado episodes in Illinois, northern Illinois, and that's kind of in that area. We even had an EF2 tornado in eastern Michigan not too long ago. So some interesting things there. So that bulge off to the east there across the Great Lakes may be starting to manifest itself somewhat. I guess we'll just have to see. Anyhow, that's kind of where we're looking for tornadoes this year. We'll see if we get some short transitional episodes that cause some tornadoes out in the plains, maybe somewhat similar to 1991 and maybe similar to 2016, because I think that's probably the best analog that we have right now. Let's move on. Okay, next slide. I think I put a blank slide in there. I'm going to talk some about what we call cold core tornadoes, because I get a lot of questions about those. I should explain that March 11th, I think I mentioned that earlier, March 11th, 1990 was one of my first storm chases as an adult, where I was able to actually photograph a tornado. And I should have thrown a picture or two from that in here, but I didn't get to that. But anyhow, just north of Pratt, where I was living at the time, there was a small supercell that went by on that Sunday afternoon. It looked like it was rotating. And I thought, well, it looks way too short to produce a tornado, but I got in the car and followed it anyhow. And I saw a tornado come out of that. And it actually was on the ground for quite a while. It was rated EF1, but I think it was probably strong enough if it hit much of anything, it might have been an EF2. But that particular case got me really interested in why would you have such small storms producing tornadoes like that, and they certainly weren't expected that day. I remember that very definitely. So let's go to the next slide. And I found in studying that event and several others since, and in some others that I've chased in their intervening 30 years here, that those type of storms are often very much associated with what we call a closed cold core cutoff low in the mid-levels of the atmosphere, either at 700 or 500 or both. That's about 10,000 feet above sea level or 20,000 feet above sea level. And if you look at this graphic here, you can see there was a cutoff low over the central United States there in the upper left. And if we look at the upper right, if you look at the Cape there, it doesn't look like there's that much instability. The higher the Cape number, the more unstable it is. I'm a little bit far away from the screen here, but it looks like, we've got something like maybe 500 to 1,000 joules of Cape indicated by the SPC mesoanalysis over Kansas there. And if you just looked at that instability pattern, you would tend to maybe go to Missouri. If you can look at the state outlines there, it would be in the east central part of that graphic there where the tip of that Cape area is in red. And you wouldn't expect tornadoes maybe so much far back over into Kansas, even though there's some Cape there. It just kind of looks a little weird if you ask me. But what happened on that particular day was we got several fairly large tornadoes that occurred in northeastern Kansas. The one that's photographed there north of Topeka was EF3 in intensity. And if you look at the SPC storm reports there, you can see with the red dots, boy, there were a lot of tornadoes, and they weren't necessarily expected that much that day. This was a day after a violent tornado in southwest Oklahoma. And I'll be honest with you, I was busy that day catching up from that storm chase and was not watching, and that happened. And it was a reminder to me that you need to watch out for these type of events. So let's look at these and see what they're all about. Let's look at the next slide. Here's a composite graphic I put together that is a pattern recognition type of thing. And looks like we popped ahead there. Let's go back a few slides if we can. What I was going to point out was that with these type of events, what you have is a closed low aloft. And the way physics works in the atmosphere, when you have a closed low in the mid-levels, say between 10 and 20,000 feet above sea level, you tend to get cold air there. That's a cold low. Now, if you're at the surface and you have a low pressure area, it tends to be warm near the low and particularly to the east of it, but it's just backwards as you get up into the upper atmosphere. And there's some physical reasons for that I won't get into. But on this graphic here, if you look at the upper left, I've indicated the position of a 700 or 500 millibar low there with the red L. And then a more Times Roman type L shows where the surface low is, just to the east and southeast of that. And in this type of pattern, if you get the low fairly close to the mid-level low, and they look for a set of boundaries to the east of the low. This is a fairly basic severe weather setup. If you've been following severe weather, you'll know that quite often when you have a low and a warm front and kind of a triple point to the east of the low, that's an area maybe to watch for severe weather and possible tornadoes. So that fits with this. But what's different about this pattern is that sometimes in that warm sector ahead of that front, by the way, is what we call a Pacific front, and it kind of acts as a dry line with some cooler air behind it. Actually, initially, the air may be warmer than ahead of the front because of compression heating. I know Gabe Garfield, I think, is going to talk about some of that as you get the air coming off the Rockies. And so what I was going to point out here is that you have that Pacific front acting as a dry line intersecting that warm front. What's a little different about some of these situations is in that warm sector, as I've indicated in the print there, you can sometimes have dew points that are only in the upper 40s or 50s. And you'd look at that and you'd look at that map and you say, nah, we're not going to have tornadoes today. But because of the cold air that's aloft with that mid-level low, and it's quite often centered around 700 millibars or about 10,000 feet or 3 kilometers above ground, with that cold air not that far off the ground, you get what we call very steep lapse rates, meaning that's the difference between the temperature at the surface and in the mid-levels. And if it's cooler in the mid-levels, if you get a parcel of air to begin rising in a thunderstorm updraft, with that steep steep lapse rate, that parcel of air will accelerate upward and maybe help increase stretching in some thunderstorm updrafts. And tornadoes are really dependent on stretching of vorticity. And near that boundary intersection, that Pacific front and that warm front, the Pacific front in blue and the warm front in red. In that area there, you have quite a bit of vorticity and probably some wind shear. And if you put that stretching with that, along with some heating from behind that Pacific cool front, particularly if skies are clear behind that, that can help set the stage for some strong stretching and some small supercells. And the reason the supercells are small in height is because you have that cold air aloft. That makes the tropopause, which is the dividing line between the troposphere and the stratosphere, much lower. And the storms can only go up so high until they encounter air that where the air is stable. And so the top of the storm does not go very high. And so quite often, I know the one that I saw on March 11th, 1990, had only a top of about 25,000 feet, which really was flabbergasting to see. Now, in other situations, they'll be taller. It will depend on the sounding and where that tropopause is. But this is a good pattern recognition thing to refer to watch for this type of event possibly occurring. Now, I don't recommend that you just use pattern recognition alone. You need to look at ingredients and processes when you're forecasting. But this is one of the better pattern recognitions that I've come across that tips your hat to the fact that there might be something happening. So let's go ahead. Let's look at the next slide. These are a couple of the similar situations here. I was just showing that sometimes the boundary intersection between the warm front and the Pacific front in the blue can be a little further away from the low and southeast of it instead of just east of it. But as long as the upper low is, say, within, I don't like to get into thresholds and real concrete numbers, but as long as that upper low is within about 250 to 300 miles, I used to say 200 to 250, but I've widened it out to 300 because I've come across some situations where the cold air spreads out a little bit more around that upper low. But with the proximity of that upper low, or the mid-level low, I should say, and that boundary intersection, if it's within a reasonable distance of that, you need to maybe watch for the possibility of tornadoes. And now sometimes this will surprise you because you'll look at the dew points and think, they're not that big. Let's go on to the next slide. And here's a couple examples of where you're too far away. These are not good cold core setups to produce tornadoes. The one on the left, you can see the upper low and even the surface low are way far away from the boundary intersection between the red warm front and the blue pack front there in the center and lower center part of the graphic. And you're so far away from the cold air here that you might get some thunderstorms there, but I think the possibility of tornadoes is lower there unless you have an awful lot of cape and moisture in that warm sector. On the other one that's to the right, you have a front, a stationary front that doesn't even have a front extending up to the low. It's just so far away from the upper low, and you have so much cool air kind of in there north of that stationary front that you're probably not going to get any tornadoes. You're just too far away from that upper low. Okay, next slide. And there we go. Here is a forecast graphic. I think this is from the RAP, and this was on the Spalding Nebraska data. Nebraska there is in the center and slightly above center in the middle of the graphic. And you see the blue? That is the cool air. Those are temperatures below freezing at 700 millibars. Now this is from a prog off the RAP model. I think it's an 8-hour forecast for about 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. But you can see that closed low in the dark contours there over Nebraska, and you see the cold air coming in around it. And that's what's really going to help set the stage for what's a fairly prolific tornado event. Next slide. In underneath that low, you can see you have warm temperatures in the red. And if you look at the contours, you can see a surface low that's not very far to the east of that upper low. Now let's go on to the next graphic. And then here I'm showing dew points at the surface, I believe. And I'm going to look in here a little closer to it. In the blue there, you see the dew points increasing and coming up, curling up into the low near Nebraska. And if you can get that moisture up under the low, that really helps with these cold core events. Now, in this situation, I think the dew points were unusually high for a cold core event. Maybe I shouldn't say unusually, but untypically high, in that they were in the 60s in early to mid-May. And with those dew points being so large, typically, the weaker cold cores I've seen will have dew points in the 50s in March and April. Here we had enough moisture that really made for a pretty prolific event. Next slide, please. Now, this is from the SPC meso analysis at 500 millibars. This is roughly at around 20,000 feet above sea level. And you can see a little closed cold core low over Colorado. It's negatively tilted, and it's moving to the northeast. Hard to say if that's kind of part of a long wave trough or it's a separate short wave on its own. It's kind of cut off from the flow, so it's not moving very fast. Let's go to the next graphic. Note that that's in Colorado and it's moving into western Kansas. Now here's the surface map. This is May 11th, and this is one day before Spalding. And I want to go through a 3-day sequence here to show you how this works. But if you look at the surface map here that I've analyzed, you see the surface low in red there, right on the Colorado border. And you also see the Pacific front, the blue line extending south and southeast from the low, which is acting kind of like a dry line. And then the warm front, of course, curls into the low there near the Colorado border. And so you have that boundary intersection right there at the Colorado border, and there's dew points that are in the 50s and low 60s going up into that. Next slide. Now, right at the intersection of that, I wish I had a pointer I could point at, but we do have a curl there of clouds that is in western Kansas. And if we could animate this, I don't have an animation in here. I just put the satellite photograph in. But you can see with that circular curl there that there are some storms that are developing over west central Kansas, south of Goodland in that area. And those storms, a couple or three of those produce several tornadoes. Next slide. If you watch that carefully, I think that's about 20 minutes apart, you can actually see the clouds rotating there. And if we could look at it a little closer, I could show you some overshooting tops, but we're not going to do that. Let's go on to the next slide. What I did want to point out was that there was a pretty good tornado in EF1 that formed right near the Colorado border there, south of Goodland and west of Sharon Springs. It's hit the town of West Can, I think skimmed it and did some damage there. And this is a picture of that tornado, I believe, taken by Cameron Nixon that he posted on Twitter. Next slide. I believe these tornadoes are from a storm that was a little further to the east of that intersection boundary point that I pointed out. These were taken by Chip Redmond. He's a chaser in northeast Kansas, and he got some good pictures of the tornado from this cell. Next slide. I really like this picture because I'm one of these guys, I like to see the whole structure, and I think cold core thunderstorms are very interesting. Since we don't have the sun out entirely, it's a little hard to tell how high the storm is, but I know from looking at it there, you see the bubbly clouds going up into the anvil. That looks like it's probably somewhere around 30 or 35,000 feet, though it's hard to say for sure. But you can sure see the tornado there right in the center, lower center there. Under the storm, you can see most of the structure. And cold core storms are fascinating because you have so much cape close to the ground. The clouds are very bubbly just off the ground, and there's a lot of stretching going on due to some of those lapse rates I was talking about. Let's go on to the next day here. Oh, wait a minute, I think I'm going to show you a sounding. I forgot I put that in there. Let's go on to this one here. If you're used to looking at soundings online, this is a RAP sounding taken just east of the storm that produced that West Can tornado there on May 11th. And there's an area of cape there on the left that you can see. I don't know. I think the cape this day was somewhere around 1,000 to 1,200, something like that. I can't read the numbers exactly on it. But I did want to point out that there's a pretty steep lapse rate down in the bottom part of the profile there. And another thing I wanted to point out was that the helicity on this doesn't look that great. If you look at the hodograph over on the right, and if you compute the helicity or the amount of wind shear that we like to see, that is horizontal wind shear that gets tilted into the thunderstorm's updraft, and if you stretch that, you may get a tornado. This is not a tremendously impressive hodograph, though it does have some curvature to it. And if you compute the helicity off of it, it's somewhere probably in the 80 to 110 range. But what I wanted to point out was that even though the helicity isn't tremendous, you have enough cape there, and probably with the lapse rates and that cold air aloft, you're getting enough stretching that you produce several tornadoes right there in that boundary intersection area along the Colorado-Kansas border. And that stretching seems to be very important in cold core events. This particular day, I think there were as many as maybe 10 to 15 tornadoes reported across northwest Kansas in the area from around Sharon Springs on up toward Colby and thereabouts. And so it was a fairly prolific event. None of the tornadoes were tremendously strong. Most of them hit an open country. The strongest one was rated EF1, I believe. But it's still a very interesting event as a precursor to the next day. So let's go on to the next slide, please. Okay, this is a 500 millibar map the next day. I believe this is at midday. And you see our closed low has moved from eastern Colorado slowly northeast up into Nebraska there in the center of the screen. And it looks like it, instead of being a long wave like you might have considered it was earlier, it's cut off from the flow, and it's probably more like a short wave that's kind of under the flow. And it's still moving northeast, not moving a whole lot, but it's got some cold air around it and probably a lot of vorticity. One other thing about cold core events is, since you have the closed low and you have a surface low, there's probably a lot of vorticity in the atmosphere up through the mid-levels, and that has to probably feed back to the potential for some storms to produce tornadoes too. At least it probably helps add to the mix. Next slide. Here's the surface map, and this is at 20 UTC, I believe, which would be, let's see, that'd be about 3 o'clock, and I think this was about the time or just before the Spalding tornado occurred. And the Spalding tornado occurred with a cell that's right there in the upper center of the graphic. I didn't mark the cell, but where you see the Pacific front, the blue line, intersecting the red line, the warm front, east of the low, that's your boundary intersection area that seems to be a good focal area that has vorticity, some low-level wind shear. And then it's behind that front, you have a lot of warmth. If you actually look along that front, if you can read some of the numbers on there, you have temperatures that are in the 80s as an axis of very warm air extending right up toward that intersection. So you put that boundary intersection in your focus along with the heating just behind the front and that cold air aloft. And this turned out to be a pretty prolific event. Now, notice that the dew points here are pretty high. They're in the 60s across southeast Nebraska, some of them getting into the upper 60s. So I would call this kind of a high-end type of cold core event because it's got more moisture in it than many of these do in the spring. Next slide. And here's another satellite photograph that shows the curling clouds around the mid-level low there in Nebraska. If I had a good pointer, I could point out the Spalding cell. It's kind of in a little notch there in the center there at the bottom of that downward-facing C. I won't get off into that, but if you hit the next slide, you can see the rotation in that. The clouds move slightly to the northwest. And so that's what you see with cold core situations. If the storms form to the north of the low, you're going to get storms that move northwest, and that's something you want to know. If you're storm chasing, you won't be surprised by the storm motion. And boy, on the Spalding day, storm motion was very, very much to the northwest. It was almost west-northwest because of the orientation of this low and the surface features around it. Let's go to the next slide. And of course, everybody's familiar with Jordan Hall's famous video here of the tornado that struck near Spalding. And of course, Reed Timmer and Sierra Lindsay were involved with this too, where they intercepted the tornado. And measured wind speeds, it may have been as high as EF3. It's hard to say. This was only rated EF1 because of the lack of damage indicators. But it's a big tornado. Next slide. Photographs off of Twitter by someone named Jake T. And you can really see the wedge right at the back edge of the cell. This is not untypical of cold core events where on the south end of a cell, you'll have a tornado hanging out the end of it like that, right next to the blue sky if the sun's out. And you can see the bubbly clouds. That means there's a lot of cape down low, and parcels probably are accelerating fairly rapidly in that updraft, helping to create the stretching along that boundary, near that boundary intersection, to help produce this tornado. Next slide. I'm trying to remember what's coming up. Yeah, we saw this before. Here's your 700 millibar temperatures. I just wanted to point out again, the blues in the middle there, spreading over central Nebraska, really helping to up the lapse rates in that area. Next slide. And this right here, I believe, is Cape. And this is Cape at about 20Z. These are forecast graphics from the HRR and RAP that are from the 12Z runs in the morning. And they're for about mid-afternoon. And you can see the Cape extends up into central Nebraska. I think we've got amounts that are between 1,000 and 1,500 in there, maybe as high as between 1,500 and 2,000. You can see the stronger Cape is down in Oklahoma and southeast Kansas, but that's all going to stay capped this day pretty much. Next slide. There we go. This is the night before, and I want to use this for comparison. This is called the significant tornado parameter. It's the fixed layer version devised by Rich Thompson at SPC. And this is a forecast from the previous evening, on the previous evening. If you remember the evening before, the evening of May 11th, apart from the cold core tornadoes in western Kansas I talked about, there were some tornadoes down south and southwest of Norman, down in central Oklahoma. Now look at the reds down there. The significant tornado parameter seems to be doing a pretty good job indicating down there that that environment is pretty ripe for tornadoes down there. Not so much up over northwest Kansas, which is probably okay because none of those tornadoes seem to be that strong that day, but you can kind of see the area pointing up in that direction. But by far, the most indicative area of tornadoes that evening was in central Kansas. Now, the reason I mentioned that, let's go to the next slide. And I want you to look in central Nebraska the next day at 20 UTC, which would be 3 o'clock. This is the forecast from that morning. Notice that you really don't see any coloration hardly up in Nebraska. It's all just a broad fetch of green from eastern Oklahoma up into central Nebraska. And I show this to point out that parameters like the significant tornado parameter or the energy helicity index that I worked on with Bob Johns and John Hart at SPC, they don't do real well in these type of situations because often the cape isn't that large, or sometimes the shear isn't that large. And so if you put those things together, which are two main components of these composite indices, they don't tend to highlight that area very well. So you have to kind of know a little more about what's going on with the cold air and the potential with the lapse rates. So I wanted to point that out. Next slide. Oh yeah, I think this is EHI, the Energy Helicity Index, which combines storm relative helicity and 0 to 1 kilometer layer with Cape. And again, it doesn't really highlight anything. If you're a decent weather person, you recognize that that area pointing into central Nebraska still has probably some pretty good potential if you look at some other things. And if you're looking at the cold core pattern recognition, that would jump right out at you, I think. Next slide. This is helicity, forecast of helicity, and it shows purples and blues. I think the helicities in central Nebraska aren't off the scale by any means. They're more like 100 to 150, maybe 200 in there. So the helicities here are not exceptional. I think some of what's really going on is the stretching with some of the low-level lapse rates in this area. Next slide. And let's talk about low-level lapse rates. This is off the College of DuPage. Some of these graphics I've been showing you here are off the College of DuPage numerical model site. And this here is low-level lapse rates. Now, I prefer 0 to 3 kilometer as kind of a fixed layer. Here, they're just taking, I think, the 1,000 millibar, the difference between the 1,000 millibar surface or the surface and 700 millibars. And that's not exactly 3 kilometers. And then you can also see that since we get above 850 millibars, or we get quite a bit higher in that gray area to the west, it doesn't indicate anything. So they block that out. So I'd rather see this revised to be something that's like 0 to 3 kilometers. But anyhow, the main thing I wanted to point out here is that red area, those are steep lapse rates. Those are probably 8 approaching 9 across Kansas, pointing up into Nebraska. And quite often with these cold core tornado events, you'll see an axis of really steep lapse rates like that pointing in from the south or southwest, pointing toward where the cold core tornadoes will be, the storms that might produce tornadoes. And it'll generally point toward that boundary intersection I was talking about, east of the surface low, where the Pacific front and the warm front intersect each other. So that's another clue, and it's another clue to maybe some of the processes going on here, because we got some pretty steep lapse rates in excess of 8. Looks like they're pointing right up into that area. Lapse rates that are like 7, 8, particularly 9 even, those are really steep. More typically in tornado situations, we'll see low-level lapse rates of 0 to 3 kilometer lapse rates only around 5 or maybe 6. I'll try to talk a little more about that later here if we've got a little time. Next slide. Okay, yeah, I just wanted to come back to this and point out that the tornadoes tended to occur near that boundary intersection, and this was a prolific day because there were over 25 tornadoes that were reported from central Nebraska over into east central Nebraska, and even down, I think, into southeast Nebraska near the border there. And those occurred as that boundary intersection kind of worked its way eastward, and also the Pacific front worked its way eastward and kind of arced to the southeast there. And so this was a really good setup. And I think I should point out too, notice where the surface low is, notice how spiral the winds are. It's kind of like a nice circular spiral with everything flowing into that. Those are your best type of cold core situations when you have the boundary intersection like this, the cold air aloft, and then a nice circular spiral low. I've seen others where the low tends to be very elongated, and sometimes where the low, the warm front coming into the low arcs way north and then comes back into the low from the northeast. Those don't seem to work so well. Where if you see something like this, it seems to just pull everything together and generate the type of environment that produces tornadoes. And again, this was a very prolific day. I remember at SPC on their morning and late morning outlooks, they were looking for tornadoes, but they only had like a 5% up in there. And I think given the number of tornadoes that occurred, there were a bunch of them. None of them, I don't think, were any higher than like EF2 in East Central Nebraska, but they were still notable tornadoes. I think if they could look back at this, they might think, well, maybe we should have put about a 10% in. My point being is that sometimes you look at these and you don't think they're going to do as much as they do, and they really surprise you. Next slide. This is the next day at 500 millibars, May 13th, the day after Spalding. Notice that our low at 500 millibars is almost disappeared. You can't see it in the contours there. It's gone. That wave is weakening and the flow is weakening. But if you look closely, I think over southeast South Dakota there, you can see the wind barbs. There's a low there. That's what's left of it. It's still got enough umph, I guess, to do something. Let's go to the next slide. Not nearly as prolific a tornado day as the day before, but here's the surface map. We're looking at Iowa pretty much in the center. Nebraska's over at the left center there, and the low is over southeast South Dakota. And you can see the Pacific front, or what I have kind of estimated is the Pacific front, or what's left of it, extending to the southeast across Iowa and into Missouri. And there's still a warm front, though it's kind of getting pinched out a bit there. It intersects that Pacific front over northwest Iowa. And right in that area near Storm Lake and I think Newell, Iowa, if we go to the next slide, believe it or not, we had some more tornadoes. Aaron J. Jack posted some video. These are some snapshots from that on Twitter. And had a pretty good sized tornado here, but I think it was very weak. It was either EFU or unknown, meaning the U means unknown, or EF0. And so this was not nearly as strong or prolific a day, but still, nevertheless, with that cold air aloft and the boundary intersection and that mid-level low, we got tornadoes, and it fits the pattern. Next slide. Yeah, I just want to emphasize the pattern here again, because I find this is useful some days. I remember there was a tornado outbreak in July of 2018, in July, in the middle of the summer in Iowa. And I think SPC maybe put a 2% up there, and none of us, including myself, were even looking for tornadoes up there. And there were several of them, including a couple of sizable tornadoes. One hit near Pella, Iowa, another one near Marshalltown, Iowa. And there were several injuries from those. And that was an interesting day. And I think a lot of people were scratching their heads. I was for a moment until I went in and looked at, oh, there was an upper low. I remember there was an upper low that day in southeast Minnesota, drifting southeast. And that day, since it was summer, we had dew points in the 70s. And so that made that a high-end cold core type of event. And if I'd been looking for this pattern, I think I would have picked it out, but I wasn't watching. That's where this comes in handy sometimes. I think it took you off to some situations that produce tornadoes that sometimes are a little easy to overlook at times. Certainly the Spalding day, I think, was very evident, but there's a lot of other days that aren't so evident that show up like this. Next slide. This is just a graphic from a preprint paper I wrote several years ago. It shows that you can have a closed low in a large, long wave trough, a big trough like you see on the left, or it can be in a smaller wave, like a short wave. This looks a little more like what we saw with Spalding, I think, moving to the northeast. And I've noticed in the spring, the lows that move east and northeast tend to be the ones that produce the best tornadoes or the most tornadoes. Now, as we get into the summer, in the northern plains, you can get some cold core events, and sometimes those will move southeast and they produce tornadoes like the Iowa one I just mentioned. And anyhow, there are several different types of closed lows, and I think whether they produce tornadoes or not depends very much on how close the surface low is and your boundary intersections, how close that warm sector is in underneath that low. If it's quite a ways away, then nothing may happen. Next slide. This is a quick graphic from that same paper. I just wanted to, you can look at the red bars. Those are your more prolific cold core tornado events. I went back several years in the late 90s and early 2000s and looked at these, and they are most common in the spring. Or if you look, you see March, April, and May, and sometimes in June. And so we'll see if we get some cold core events here again this spring. You also can get them in the fall, around October, September, sometimes early November, though they're not as common. Next. And if you want to read more, you can look this paper up online. It's tornadoes with 500 millibar closed cold core lows that I wrote back in 2006 in the AMS Journal Weather and Forecasting, and it has some good references. And there's been some other people who've done work on this as well before I did, and I just kind of pulled it all together there. So all the references are in that paper. Next slide. Okay, let's see. How are we doing on time, Eric? Are you there? Take a look at some lapse rates. I'm going to check the clock here. I guess we've got about 15 minutes left till 8 o'clock. I thought I'd mention real briefly some work I've been doing here recently that has to do with lapse rates, like we just talked about with this one cold core event near Spalding. Next slide. In this, I wrote a paper and it's been rejected. I need to go back and do some more statistical work on it and get a larger database into it. But I decided to look at lapse rates and how fast storms might produce tornadoes when they're tornadic. And I split up the United States into 3 regions here. You've got the high plains, which of course are out along eastern Colorado, western Kansas, up into Montana, West Texas, that area. You have the plains, which I categorized as kind of down through the central part of the country over almost to the Mississippi River. And then the eastern United States is east of that. Let's go to the next graphic. And what I found looking at 100 supercell cases, and I categorized them into these geographical areas, these are lapse rates that were average lapse rates for the tornadic storms in those geographical areas that I looked at from, I think this was during 2022, basically. And you can see at the left there, the red bar shows the steepest lapse rates, which are in the high plains. So that's not a surprise because of the compression heating you get coming off the mountains, the dry desert air coming out, a variety of factors, the elevated terrain and heating over that elevated terrain makes for steeper lapse rates. You tend to get steeper lapse rates there. And so if you can get moisture and steep lapse rates together over those high plains areas, you can get tornadoes that they can occur fairly quickly with a storm. Then in the middle there, I have an orange bar. That's in the plains area that I just showed you. And the lapse rates there are not as steep on average, but they tend to be a little steeper than over the eastern part of the United States. And then in the green, that's the eastern half of the United States. And you can see that lapse rates on average there are the least. And so if we go to the next graphic, let's see what I put in here. I think this has to do with lead time. Okay. Up at the top there, that top blue bar is the high plains tornadic storms we looked at. And you can see that those seem on average to take a lot less time to produce a tornado if the environment is favorable for a tornado, as opposed to the plains a little further east, which is the middle blue bar, and particularly in contrast to the storms in the eastern United States. And I think a lot of meteorologists I've talked to know this kind of intuitively looking at things, that if you get storms that form, say, in Louisiana, Arkansas, Mississippi, the Ohio Valley, that area, often those seem to take longer to produce tornadoes than the ones that occur out here in the plains, particularly the high plains. Let's go to the next slide here. Let's see if I put an example of it. Yeah, I did put an example in here. This is some of Brett Adair's video from the Mayfield tornado. This was back in 2021 in Western Kentucky. I'm sure a lot of you remember this. It was about 2.5 weeks before Christmas. We had the big tornado outbreak that went from Arkansas and Tennessee eastward. And there were a lot of deaths here. And I think the primary spot that got hit, that got the publicity, of course, was Mayfield, where it hit a candle factory. And this is the debris there from that event that Brett Adair took some video of. And there's a picture of the tornado there as well. That hit in the evening. I think it was, I'd have to think back in my brain here. I think it was around 8 o'clock at night that it hit. But anyhow, let's go to the next slide. I wanted to show you the lapse rates here and discuss something real quick. There are two graphics here. This is at late afternoon that day from the SPC mesoanalysis, and we have the significant tornado parameter in the upper left there. You see over Arkansas and extending toward Tennessee and up into Illinois. Looks like a pretty good environment for tornadoes based on that parameter, right? Well, we look down in the lapse rates at the lower right, and if you remember what I told you earlier, lapse rates in the range from around 5 to 6. Those are more typical over the eastern United States. Those are not exceptionally steep, but if you have an environment with lots of shear and pretty decent cape, you can have not that steep of lapse rates, but still have pretty decent cape. In this environment where the lapse rates are lower, if you look across Arkansas and Tennessee here, you see that they're pretty much in the 5.5 to 6 range. And what happened in this particular case was the tornadic storm, it formed over Arkansas in the early to mid-afternoon. It took it about 4 hours to produce tornadoes at first over northeast Arkansas, and then that one cell went up and hit Mayfield later on in the evening. But that's consistent with what I just showed you. Now, what was interesting about this case was that Mayfield, a storm developed south of Mayfield at late afternoon. And 45 minutes into its life cycle, they issued a tornado warning. The storm, Mayfield was warned, but the storm went to the east of Mayfield. It never did produce a tornado. And then later in the evening, next comes this next storm coming out of Arkansas that's been working for several hours to get its act together, and it produces a big, violent tornado, plows into town. I think some people there may have been a little confused by the fact we had a tornado warning early, which was probably a little too early looking at the lapse rates. And then you have the storm that went all the way across Arkansas, got its act together, and was really deadly when it hit. And so I think this could be useful information to meteorologists, maybe in putting out warnings about when you need to be really on your toes, ready to put a warning out, versus where it may take the storm a little while. At least it can, I think, feed into awareness of that. Next slide. Let's contrast this with a case, I think Ryan mentioned this, he's from Wichita. I lived in Wichita for a while. This is what I call the second Andover tornado, as opposed to the one in 1991. This was in 2022. I think on the prior slides, by the way, I think I put down 2022 for the Mayfield event. It's 2021, so I want to correct that typing error I made. Anyhow, this is April 29th, I believe, of 2022. And this tornado hit Wichita. Reed Timmer got some great drone video from this. What's interesting about this tornado, let's go to the next slide. With Mayfield. In the upper right there, I've got two little graphics side by side kind of showing the storm when it developed with a small yellow core, and then it turns into a red core later. It only took it about, say about an hour and 15 minutes, maybe an hour and 20 minutes to produce a tornado from its first 40 dBz core. That's pretty fast. And if you look at the lapse rates indicated down there in the lower right, notice that the lapse rates both around 0Z, which would have been 7 o'clock, and then around 8 o'clock, I think that's the times on these, are much steeper than in the Mayfield case. The 0 to 3 kilometer lapse rate, or the change in temperature from the surface up to 3 kilometers, is much steeper, around 8 degrees Celsius per kilometer near Wichita. And that may feed into the fact that the storm, maybe it helped it produce the tornado faster. That seems to go along with some of the statistics I came up with. Next slide. Things up here pretty quick, but I thought last year was interesting. There were several interesting tornadoes out in the high plains. Here's one at Matador, Texas. I think this was June 21st of last year. And here's a photo that was taken of the tornado as it was heading into town. And I believe there were 3 people that were killed with this one. And this was not an insignificant tornado. It was rated EF3. Obviously, it was unfortunate because some people died. Next slide. I'll show you the sounding on this one. I don't know how well you can see it. I'm having a little trouble seeing it here with my screen, but I wanted to point out, first of all, with the hodograph over on the right, it is a clockwise curving hodograph, which is what you want for tornadoes, but it's not very large. And if you were able to zoom in and look at the helicity on this one, I think it's in the range from 60 to 80, which is not anything that makes you just, wow, we're going to get a tornado that kills people here. But you do have quite a bit of cape. I think I can't see the numbers on here, but I think it was, in the order of 2,000 to 3,000. But I want you to notice there in the white line over at the right, on the right graphic in the lower, the left graphic in the lower right part of that, I've indicated the lapse rate in the lowest 3 kilometers there. It's around 8 degrees Celsius per kilometer. It's similar to the Andover. And so it was very interesting. I think the lapse rates may have contributed to this, even though the hodograph and the low-level shear was not that strong. And let's look at the next graphic. That shows you the helicity at about 0Z or 7 o'clock that evening over northwest Texas. And it's not very large. It's up in the Panhandle, but where Matador is, which is southwest of the corner of Oklahoma there, you don't see a whole lot of helicity. That did come up over the next hour or two a little bit. It got up to around 100 or a little over, but it wasn't real large. And that makes me wonder if the lapse rates there had something to do with that storm producing such a large tornado. So I think that's an area that we can take a look at some because some of our tornado parameters don't do well with cold core events, a lot of these high plains events. And I think there's plenty of things to study and look at. Let's go to the next slide. And I think we may be, are we on the air right now? I just got a series of beeps. I'll finish this up right here. Okay, good. I thought I heard something here. Anyhow, this is my last graphic. I just wanted to point out how the low-level lapse rates here, 0 to 3 kilometer lapse rates. If you look there over Texas, where near Matador is, I should have marked Matador on there, but it's just to the southwest of the southwest corner of Oklahoma. Look how steep they are. In places there, they're 8, even 9 possibly. And so I think those lapse rates along that gradient had quite a bit to do with helping produce the stretching for that tornado. And I think this is an area to do some more study with. That's something I'm working on. I'm going to try to go back to that paper I was working on and see if I can get it published. Maybe later this year or next year. We'll see when I can get some time to do that. So next slide. I think that's it. I don't know if we have some time for questions. I was going to say real quick, if you want to do some reading online, I have a website, www.johndavies.net. I think I've got some papers there that you can look up the references on. And I also have a blog. I don't keep it up anymore, but there's a lot of older stuff on there that's called, let's see what, John Davies Severe Weather Notes. So you could look that up too if you want to do some more reading. So that's it. I've done plenty of talking for the moment. So thank you. Thank you, Eric.
No, it's been great. You know, one thing I've always struggled with is cold core events. I could tell you times that I've kind of made fun of people chasing cold core events because I don't understand the meteorology, and I really hope that paper gets published because I couldn't imagine what I'm going to learn off of that. Just knowing me, a lot of times I sit at home thinking, yeah, cold core could possibly happen, but it always, like you were bringing up, and I want to know your thoughts on this, is like, why does it seem to happen more to me coming out of Colorado into that Kansas corridor than anywhere else in the U.S.? I mean, do you have any thoughts on that? Because are you just talking about those lapse rates possibly just coming off the Rockies, or what?
Factor would probably be the proximity of Kansas and Nebraska and the Central Plains to the higher elevation of like eastern Colorado, and particularly out over the Intermountain West and the Southwest. It's easier to get that really warm air, warm, dry desert air, and then you also get the compression heating that you get in the eastern part of Colorado. And if you can get a good Pacific front to come out and come down across eastern Colorado, it turns into a dry line. And if it's clear, as you often have with those upper lows, you'll have a clear area that wraps in from the south or southeast. And if you get the sun's heating in there along with that dry air, it really kicks the lapse rates up. And that points into that boundary intersection area east of the surface low and under those cold temperatures aloft. So I think that's one thing that factors into why they might be a little more common in this area. But I'll be honest with you, cold core events can happen just about anywhere in the country. There was one, I'm trying to remember the date. I think it was a couple days, or it might have been the day after the summit in Fort Worth in the southeast United States. There was a tornado near Valdosta that was pretty sizable. I think it was rated EF2. And that was associated with a cold core that was located, if I remember right, over eastern or southeastern Alabama. And it kind of caught some people by surprise. It was on the warm front, and you didn't have as much dry air as you have with some of those in the plains, but there was enough heating and enough of the surface pattern that tornado occurred along the warm front east of the surface low. There, and I looked at it very carefully, and it was clearly a cold core event. And I remember SPC that day was looking more for tornadoes in South Florida, and they put a slight, like a 2% up there in southern Georgia and northern Florida. So I think it was a bit of a surprise. There were a couple other tornadoes, I think, over near Jacksonville that day too, as that moved east. So my point being, they can occur anywhere, but I think the high frequency in the Central Plains probably has to do with the proximity to the drier, warmer air, steeper lapse rates that come off the Intermountain West out into the plains. Okay.
Yeah. Hey, Brandon, if you want to mute everybody. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to, I would love to have, Gabe, Jeff, and Brett. I'd love to have you guys talk with John here about, his presentation and any questions you had. Brilliant minds coming together here.
Yeah, it was an awesome presentation, John. I've used several. I was out chasing several of those events, and I've used your, teaching in your about the cold upper lows. I've done a couple of those in southern Kansas and northwest Oklahoma, and surprisingly, it doesn't take that much to get things going, right? If you get 70 degrees.
Lost your audio there, I think.
Oh, I heard you.
Okay, can somebody relay the question, because he was cutting out on my end here.
Jeff, did you have a question?
Yeah, I used his technique, and it's paid off several times, and it's great. It's great education there, John. Appreciate it.
I remember Reed mentioned that when he was talking about Spalding down at the summit. I can't remember what year it was. Was early 2000s, late 1990s. You were up in western Nebraska. Was it Brady, Nebraska? You got all that great video. That was a cold core event. I totally overlooked that one.
Yeah.
We did a
Brady
good
was
job.
phenomenal. Yeah, Brady was phenomenal. Yeah, they're surprisingly very. I was up on the Spalding event as well, and they're just amazing events, right? They're just you get tucked in that left front quadrant of the jet core, and that moisture reps back just underneath it, and man, it can go crazy, right? I mean, if you think about all these, yeah, it can. And actually, to be honest with you, some of those days are actually some of my favorite days because they're not as obvious. It's kind of like finding the needle in the haystack. They're a little bit tougher to find, but you just got to look at current sunlight, look how the moisture's coming back. And it's always, as we always know in forecasting, it's not where it's at noon, is where's it going to be 2, 3, 4, and 5 o'clock? Where's that boundary going to lift to? Where's that dry slot going to punch? How slow is that occlusion going to take place? And watching that upper low and watch that cold core come out. And where's that? Putting all those things together is kind of, it's magic, right? It's good forecasting, and it's lots of years of doing it, but it's tough, right? But when it pays off, it can be really.
Some of those are a little bit like, it's like picking a needle out of a haystack, because sometimes you'll get several cells that are along that warm front just east of the boundary intersection, and you just have to pick them and look on the south side of them. Sometimes you'll only get one tornado if it's a low end one, but some of them go nuts, like the Spalding day, and your comments are just very appropriate, I think.
Yeah, thank you, John. Yeah,
thank you, John.
Gabe?
Hey, John. Actually, hey, how's it going? That was a great presentation. Thank you. Actually, I have a question about some of your new research. So we had talked about this at the Chaser Summit, but I noticed that, in terms of the tornado timing, you were talking about how more towards the southeast, it takes a little bit longer maybe to develop tornadoes versus, when you have the steeper lapse rates out to the west. Do you think that moisture could also be a factor there, like proximity to maybe the source region? You see, the Gulf of Mexico being so close to the eastern part of that versus the western part of that in terms of, how quick to tornado genesis you might see a storm go.
Well, are you talking about it has more to do with the steeper lapse rates coming out from the west?
Just the idea, like, I think the steeper lapse rates, yes, for sure, out to the west. But I was thinking, in terms of, another part of that is, like, my mind goes immediately towards the idea that when you do have like thicker moisture, right, like a deeper moisture layer, that in terms of mixing, it takes a lot more time for that to get through. So, I mean, I'm just thinking anecdotally, right? So, like, some of those bigger high risk days, like one of the ones I'm thinking of, May 29th, 2004, I was thinking about that recently, the big high risk day from, Oklahoma all the way up to Nebraska. And I remember that day, I think we talked about this at the summit, but you had storm initiation occurring maybe 4 or 5 p.m., but really the tornadoes didn't get going until much later in the evening. And I'm just kind of wondering if there's some, in this case, there was high moisture content, right? Upper 60s, low 70s dew points. I'm kind of wondering if that might be related in some ways, that you get kind of like the nice moisture. It's great, but for the same token, you have to work through clouds. It's harder to get that heated up, hard to get that mixed.
I bet you're right. That's something to consider, and I think maybe that's something I hadn't really directly thought about, but that makes plenty of sense, because in a deeper moisture layer, it's just you have to overcome more things to get everything going. But once it goes. And in the eastern United States, you tend to have events that have larger helicity, because you can get. It seems like you can get large helicity all places. It's more common in the eastern United States to develop really large helicity values, the systems coming in. And you put that with the moisture, the less steep lapse rates. It takes longer, but once it goes, it goes. And so I think that's an interesting thought, and it's something I'll keep in mind and pursue a bit. So thanks for that. I agree with that.
Brett?
Yeah, I think you're definitely onto it, John. Especially east of the Mississippi, we deal with a more moist adiabatic lapse rate profile, which obviously you have to deal with more mixing and to contend with getting things started. But, once you get it started, the longevity of those storms may go for a long time. Plenty of situations like the Mayfield event, you mentioned that. I remember I was in Northeast Arkansas, watched that cell pop as a little shower as it was struggling to get through the cap down near Hot Springs, Arkansas. And that's the same individual cell that ended up producing the devastating Mayfield, Princeton, Bethel Springs tornadoes up there. And
it sure was. It took it about 4 hours to begin producing tornadoes from the first yellow or 40 DBZ core.
Right. But as soon as it did, it was nonstop, almost until I think it was a little after midnight before it stopped.
Yeah, it went a good distance along the length of Kentucky,
Right.
and I think I don't know if I was saying Mayfield, Tennessee, or Kentucky. I just realized I get Kentucky and Tennessee confused sometimes when I talk, but I meant Kentucky. But yeah, that storm went almost the whole length of Kentucky. I think it may have ended up in southern Ohio, and it was producing tornadoes a good bit of that time, which that was a remarkable event. I don't have a lot of explanation for that other than it was a pretty broad moisture axis and a lot of helicity, I guess.
Right, but some of those cold core events almost have a drier adiabatic look to them, which also yields less precipitation, prettier tornadoes out there across portions of the high plains and the central plains. So visibility and chaseability in those situations for cold core is sometimes something that I battle specifically, because when you have a cold core type setup, but you also have that, there's a 30% hatch to the southeast, with jet dynamics also coming into place across a warm sector. Do we want to chase the deadly type tornadoes down here that are going to move at 60, or do we want to go get up there near the cold core and get the pretty stuff? Because, we all enjoy the tornado element. Otherwise, we wouldn't do it. That's a battle sometimes, though, because you do get those dual scenarios where you have a cold core and then an open warm sector situation that can set up.
And that's a really good point. And it's really hard to tell which events will be mainly just around the surface low and up close to the cold core versus the warm sector. Sometimes you get nothing in the warm sector because it's capped. Sometimes it just doesn't seem to want to do it down there. And then there's other events where things break out all the way from the low, maybe 100 miles to the southeast even. So I don't have a good answer for some of that. And that's something that probably deserves some more study. It may have something to do with the size of the upper low and the wave it's embedded into. So there's probably a lot of factors that go into that, but good observation. And that's always hard to pick between areas like that. Do we want to go with the really big stuff, or do I go up there and give that a shot? I will say one thing. The only chases I've ever been on, it's been a long time now, but back in the 90s and early 2000s, there's been 2 or 3 of those that I was the only storm chaser on, because I'd studied these and kind of recognized the pattern, decided, well, I'm just going to do that. And everybody else is further to the southeast. And that's how I learned.
I've got one more question, John, because this is on the forefront of my mind. The events March 31st last year, we had the dual high risk. Was that a cold core day up near Iowa where they had the high risk with the tornadoes there?
I need to take a look at that because I remember looking at the 500 and there was a closed low somewhere up there. I can't remember if it was in the Dakotas or a little closer. And I'm real hesitant to say, I know that was an EF4 tornado. It was a good sized tornado. I'm a little doubtful that looks to me like more of a synoptic. The evidence warm sector with high dew points and lots of dynamics with this huge trough. I need to go back and look at that and see if that had any play in it, though. I would tend to think that it was not that direct or not that important to what was going on in the southeast Iowa, because I know that was a heavy storm there. Good point, though. I'm going to go take a look at that one.
John, I've got one more comment about close core lows. It seems like the models don't do really well with those even the day before or the morning of. And what I found to be really valuable as the day unfolds is, the HRR, the ramp model, and a lot of times it's like 15Z. It's around the 10, 11 noon time frame when the models start getting an idea of, hey, where's the sun out? Where's it warmer than it's supposed to be? Where's the boundary settling down? And it's sometime around 11 or noon time frame. All of a sudden, you might start getting 500 or 1,000, 1,500 CAPE, where the models didn't show nothing in the morning, right? But all of a sudden at noon, we got this big central area around Wichita and central Kansas of 1,015 with back deep winds. Here comes the cold upper low. And a lot of times it's just 2 or 3 hours before the event unfolds. The models start figuring out, or SPC page will start putting the parameters together. It's like, we got problems here. We got deep upper vorticity at 300 kilometers. You've seen where it's stacked. And it's, I've noticed that little trick too. A lot of times those upper lows, you may not know it until a couple hours for the event, right? You just got to really watch things as they unfold during the day.
That's a good point, Jeff, because I think it's that cold air coming in aloft and then the warmer air behind the pack front. And sometimes the models don't handle that well until we get close to the event. One other thing I probably ought to mention is that cold core events, I've seen them happen in the late morning. I've seen them happen in the late afternoon, in the early evening. But quite often, particularly in the spring, if you can get enough heating, they may start early. Like the Spalding day, there was a tornado late morning out there somewhere. I think it was near Broken Bow. And so they can get started early, and that's always something to be kind of aware of, or else you may miss out on it. Good point. Thanks, Jeff.
Yeah, thank you. Wow,
this is some good stuff here, guys. It's kind of what I wanted when we did this. Is a great collaboration of chasers thinking outside of the box, right? And this is what you guys are bringing to it. I want to continue that. So here's an idea. Here's what I want to do for the sake of time. Gabe's presentation is coming up here, and I had to cut him off during the Storm Chaser Summit because of time, and that was on my fault because of just piss poor planning on my end. But so what I want to do, Brett brought this up earlier. I'm starting to look at some stuff about Friday and a little bit about tomorrow. Things are kind of evolving a little bit where a lot of people are going to get super interested in what we want to do. What I want to do is almost do this, but what I want to do is I want to have somebody, and we're coordinated on the back end once Gabe gets going. Do you guys, and John, if you don't have to, you've been on with us since 5 o'clock. So if you need to go, I would love to have you for this, to analyze this. But what I want to do is analyze with Brett Thursday and Friday, and this will be when Gabe finishes. So Gabe, you don't have any time allotment. You go as you need to go. But if you guys want to come back on, I could always message you guys if you guys want to come back on, whatever you guys want to do. But what I want to do is try to analyze Thursday and Friday, but I want to look at it at a different perspective. I want to teach some of the younger chasers, hey, we're not looking at the Storm Prediction Center. We're not looking at these, where's the 2%, where's the 5%? What do we do as experienced chasers and meteorologists, and why do we make our own decisions where we go, and how do we work that process through the models? And just analyze Thursday and Friday, right? Real time analyzing things, and just say, hey, we're not looking at the SPC, but this is what the models are showing us right now for tomorrow, and then we can talk about Friday. Doesn't have to be more than 30 minutes, right? Just we can be really quick about it. Just kind of, it's real. The data's there. We don't have to elaborate. I'll get with Brett on the backside, and you too, John, if you want, and just go from there. And Gabe, you have to be involved with this unless you need to go to bed or handle kid duty. I completely understand, but I would love to do that at the end, and then we'll wrap up with that. How does that sound with everybody? Good. All right.
Sounds good. I'm sorry I ran over by about 15 minutes.
No. One thing we're going to do when I do this is time is not going to be a factor in anything we do. One thing, we had this thing called we train to standard and not time. It's what we said in the military. And so that's the kind of way we're going to be here at the summit, especially next year into the main summit. We're going to train to the standard of what we want people to learn and not really to time. So that's something we're going to do. So no worries, John. I appreciate it. My phone is blowing up right now from your presentation. So if that tells you anything. So
I'm going to step out and I'm going to come back and listen to Gabe's presentation. And we'll talk. Very good.
Perfect. All right, guys. As we know, Gabe Garfield here, amazing Gabe Garfield. He's a former National Weather Service employee. I believe he worked on the Warn On system, or not Warn On. What's it called? Was it Warn On?
Warn On forecast.
We're not forecasting. That's right. I knew I was missing
Yeah.
something in there. And he's a brilliant guy. He was also the lead, pretty much principal investigator into the Twistex accident. So much of his information that he brought to the public was hours upon hours, and I mean, I don't know, months probably worth of data and analyzation of what happened. And I got to know Gabe really extremely well through that process of what happened. And so what we're doing here is Gabe will always be a part of us just because of, I know his analytical brain and his teaching methods are amazing. You do not want to miss out on this, what he's going to teach. Most of this was at the National Storm Chaser Summit. So you're getting his presentation for free, but you're going to get the full presentation because, like I said, I failed the everybody and had to cut him off. So Gabe, take it from here.
All right. Thank you so much, Eric. And talking about Friday and Saturday, I almost kind of want to get through my presentation a little faster. It seems like a lot of fun. So hopefully you can stick around for that. That sounds like it'll be a good time. So let's get right into it. First of all, let me just talk about what's ahead. So in the beginner's meteorology video, or in the case you may have been at the summit presentation, we covered points 1 and 2, so the forecasting approach and weather charts, and that includes upper air, surface, and hodograph. And so if you didn't see that, that's going to be a bit of a prerequisite almost for this video, or excuse me, for this presentation. And that video is on YouTube. So if you haven't seen that, go ahead and check that out. Definitely stay around for this one, but I'd encourage you to go ahead and watch that, as it definitely gets into how to read these weather charts that I'll be getting into details on tonight. But tonight we're going to cover supercell ingredients, including all of the following: instability, moisture, vertical wind shear, and lift. And then at the end, we'll put it all together. All right, so let's start with supercell ingredients. So basically what we're trying to do here is forecast supercell thunderstorms. And that's because supercell thunderstorms, or rotating thunderstorms, are responsible for 70% of tornadoes. Now that other 30%, we really can't forecast as easily, so we'll leave that out. We'll just go with the ones that, the storms that are fairly reliable for producing tornadoes, and that is the supercells. So that's what we're going to look into and try to figure out how to put it all together. So really, when you kind of think about supercells, what they do, again, fairly reliably, is they bring together ingredients that you need for tornadogenesis. Now, not every supercell produces a tornado, but again, most tornadoes are produced by supercells. So what you need for tornadogenesis: first, you need, on the left, you need a little spin. So we have the ice skater on the left, and she's spinning. And then as she brings her arms in, she starts to spin faster, which is a classic example of like the conservation of angular momentum. And that is what you would call stretch. You kind of see a similar idea in the atmosphere, basically, where if you have a strong updraft located over a pre-existing spin in the vertical, that updraft will stretch that spin, and the radius of that spin will get smaller. And as it gets smaller, it'll spin faster. And so really that's what you need for tornadogenesis. And there's actually a pretty complex process that brings that together, but supercells do that really well.
You here, but it looks like we can only see your main screen. We can't see your presentation screen.
Oh, okay. Excuse me. My main screen and not my, okay, let me start again. Thank you. Appreciate you breaking it up here. We'll try again. Let me do my entire screen. I think that'll help. All right. Can you see it now?
Yep, good to go.
Got it.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. So supercells provide a reliable source for both spin and stretch. And again, for supercells, you need instability, you need moisture, you need vertical wind shear, and you need lift. So we'll talk about each of these in detail now. So starting with instability, the first concept that we'll talk about is steep lapse rates. And John actually went into some detail about this with the cold core presentation. But the lapse rate is the difference in temperature through a layer. So I'll give you an example on the right. So let's say that we're interested in knowing what the difference in temperature is between 3 kilometers and 6 kilometers above ground level. Let's say 3 kilometers, it's 11 Celsius, and at 6 kilometers, it is minus 10 C. Well, the layer that we're concerned about is the 3 to 6 kilometer layer, and so we'll be interested in knowing the difference over that distance. The bigger the difference is in temperature, the steeper the lapse rate. So you can think about this like the hot air balloon, right? So the warmer the hot air balloon is, the faster it rises. So it's the same concept. So the steeper the difference in temperature, the faster the updraft will rise in this case. And the steepest lapse rate possible is called dry adiabatic. So that's about almost 10 Celsius per kilometer. And that sort of lapse rate is pretty uncommon, but you do see it more towards the high plains than towards the southeast United States. So in this case, if we're actually going to calculate the lapse rate for this example, one more thing. The moist adiabatic lapse rate is the lowest, almost the lowest lapse rate you could imagine. It would be roughly about 6.5 Celsius per kilometer. So if you're going to calculate the lapse rate here, you would say, okay, the difference in temperature between 3 kilometers and 6 kilometers is 21 degrees Celsius. And that happens over, again, 3 kilometers. So you divide the 21 by 3, which gives you 7. And that actually happened to be the lapse rate that was observed from the 700 to 500 layer, or the 3 to 6 kilometer layer, on the Norman sounding on May 24th, 2011. So some of you may know that date. That was a big, violent tornado high-risk outbreak in central Oklahoma, and that was the lapse rate observed on the sounding that evening. So just wanted to give you some comparisons here for weak versus steep lapse rates. So on the left, you see what I would call relatively weak lapse rates. A little hard to tell in this particular sounding style to see exactly how steep these lapse rates are. But on the left, you actually have a 3 to 6 kilometer lapse rate, or mid-level lapse rate of about 6.8 Celsius per kilometer. So not particularly strong, but reasonable. And this was associated with the Alta Vista, Kansas mothership supercell in 2019 in August. And on the right, you see a mid-level lapse rate of 8.3 Celsius per kilometer. This was associated with the Pilger, Nebraska violent tornadic supercell that produced multiple large tornadoes, including double wedges that day. And one good rule of thumb for lapse rates is lapse rates above 8, tornadoes will be great. I've heard that before. And so that's something to keep in mind. Whenever you see these mid-level lapse rates that high, it usually is a pretty good sign that you've got some good potential for instability. Now, there's a double-edged sword to that in terms of the capping inversion. We'll get into that here in a minute. So again, that's that 3 to 6 kilometer layer. That's what we're talking about when we're looking at these soundings. I'm highlighting that area of the sounding. So you have the temperature in the red, by the way, and the dew point in the green. And then again, for more information on this, really encourage you to watch that basic meteorology video. And then, by the way, shout out to Cameron Nixon. He has provided these RAP proximity soundings. So I'll be showing some of these a little bit later in the presentation as well. All right, conditional instability. That's a pretty important concept here. Air is conditionally unstable if it will continue to rise above the level of free convection. So we talked about in the first presentation, the basic presentation, how the level of free convection is essentially where the point at which when air is moved upwards or perturbed upwards, it will continue to rise on its own owing to the thermodynamic conditions. So you can think about it like the hot air balloon. So basically, if the hot air balloon is warmer than its surroundings, it will continue to rise. In this case, the parcel temperature in green would represent essentially the temperature of the hot air balloon. So it's to the right of the environmental temperature, or the air outside the balloon. And so if it's to the right, it's warmer than its surroundings, so it will continue to rise. So again, remembering that the change in environmental temperature is the lapse rate. So the steeper this is, the faster that balloon will rise. And then you can just see the difference in temperature between the parcel and the environment here. The greater that is, the more unstable it is. And that full area between these is known as the convective available potential energy. And that is directly related to updraft intensity. Okay, as mentioned, CAPE is the integration of total positive instability in joules per kilogram. Joules is basically a unit of energy. And to maximize it, you need a combination of steep lapse rates, which we've talked about, and also high surface temperatures also increases your CAPE. High dew point temperatures. It turns out that CAPE is pretty sensitive to dew point temperature. Even a small change upward in dew point can really raise your CAPE. So some rules of thumb for tornadoes. This is just my experience mostly in the plains. This is coming from an Oklahoma chaser, so a little bit biased towards that area. So take it for what it's worth. There's some great work, by the way, by Rich Thompson and others that have shown kind of some climatologies of what's required for supercells in terms of CAPE and shear distributions. I think the papers were around 2012 when they were released. So I'd encourage you to look those up for more particular information. But in general, in March, this time of year, I look for at least 1,000 kilograms, joules per kilogram of CAPE. For tornadoes in April, a little bit higher. You want to see more like 2,000. And after May, generally about 2,500, I think is a pretty good CAPE for tornadoes. And then in terms of convective inhibition, this is like the integration of total negative instability in joules per kilogram. So we can think about this as the lid. So maybe near the surface, the air wants to rise. Like, you can kind of see those hawks flying on the thermals. The air is rising, so they're flying around on it and they're going upwards. Well, the air does the same thing, but it turns out that in the plains in particular, where you have those elevated mixed layers, which we will go into here in a minute, those capping inversions, it kind of acts like a lid suppressing convective or storm development until usually late afternoon, early evening, when that lid finally breaks free. And it's kind of like that, when you're boiling a pot of water and you remove a lid and there's like a violent explosion of steam, same concept. So convective inhibition is the lid. So some can be helpful, right, to keep that energy kind of bottled up, so it kind of gets pent up and builds up and builds up, so you develop more explosive updrafts. But you don't want too much, obviously, because if you get too much, then you don't get thunderstorms. So the rule of thumb for that is I usually like to see, convective inhibition less than 50 joules per kilogram. So in this case, this would be, April 14th, 2012, a big high-risk day across the central and southern plains. And you can see here that in the white, that's actually a cap that has been removed. So you have essentially the red lines here, that's 3,000 capes. There's a lot of cape here all over the plains. And then the lid has been removed essentially at this point in time. And then you see a little bit of cap left here in northwestern Oklahoma near the dry line. So that's not so bad. I think the shading here is 25 for that kind of light blue and 50 joules per kilogram and above for that darker blue. So this would not be something on the SPC's website that I would be too worried about. This would tell me that there are probably going to be some thunderstorms. And then low-level lapse rates. John went into some good detail on this. This is going to be a little bit plane-centric, this particular slide. Obviously, for people like Brett, who are down in the southeast and chasing, it's not as important as it is sort of out in the plains and particularly out towards the high plains, but you do kind of want to see low-level lapse rates. So you want powerful updrafts in the lower atmosphere, basically to stretch that spin that we just talked about. And you can achieve that through strong rotation, right? That's one way to do it. That's how it typically is in the southeast, right? So you get these very strong low-level mesocyclones, and they're kind of like the vacuum cleaner. So they pull in that air from all around and they pull it right up, and that stretches the vorticity or the spin in the atmosphere. That's one way to do it. Another way is through sort of a thermodynamic effect, right? Just simply, when the air condenses as it's going up, right? You get these sort of explosive updrafts where you have these low-level lapse rates. And the best way to see if you have a pretty strong low-level lapse rates, in my opinion, is on satellite. You can also see this on the SPC's mesoanalysis webpage. So It's also there quite literally, so you can look at it there. But the way I like to look at it is through satellite, through visible satellite. And here's a day, June 12th, 2005, where there was pretty good low-level lapse rates, particularly out towards Lubbock and basically in West Texas. And there was a dry line out here, kind of running close to the interstate, that north-south interstate. I forget the name of it, down South Amarillo. And there was like a boundary intersection here. I think it may have been up here near Childress. That's what I targeted because boundary intersections. That's what you want to target. Well, it turns out I wasn't really thinking about the concept of low-level lapse rates at that point. And so what you ended up seeing is that this storm really couldn't get its act together in terms of that stretching. And it was the storm to the south near Jayton that ended up being the big tornado producer that day. So something to bear in mind, all else being equal, low-level lapse rates can make the difference. So now moving to the mid-levels, that's the concept of like elevated mixed layer. How do you get steep mid-level lapse rates? What's the physical process that you go through? Well, it all starts with westerly downslope flow. So I've drawn a little picture of the Rocky Mountains, and we're going, you can't really see it here because of my share screen, but let's remove that. You can see Albuquerque, Amarillo, and Oklahoma City going from left to right. So basically west to east, and then up is up. And so let's imagine that you have a westerly wind over the mountains. And so on the west side of the mountains, there is going to go upslope, and then on the east side, it's going to go down the slope. And as it goes down, your air is moving from the less dense air at the top of the mountain to the more dense air at the bottom of the mountain. So, if you've ever been to the Rockies or any mountains, you know that obviously the air is thinner up there, right? So it's harder to breathe, harder to get acclimated. So that air is less dense. And as that air goes down slope, it actually gets compacted and the molecules kind of rub up against each other. And it actually produces a warming effect. And so it actually ends up being pretty warm on the east side of the mountains. And actually, in the wintertime, by the way, this effect happens. It's called a Chinook, and it's like a snow eater. And basically, you've got snow, and then, this westerly wind comes over the mountains. And then by the afternoon, you don't even see the snow because the warming is so intense. Same thing happens during the springtime, and that warming, that compressional warming, it creates this warmth. So you have cool air at the top of the mountain, warm air at the bottom, and this leads to the formation of the elevated mixed layer. Now let's talk about mixing. So this is a great figure that kind of shows the evolution of essentially the mixed layer as time goes on through the day. So basically, to orient you, on the x-axis, we basically start with noon, go sunset to overnight hours to sunrise and back to noon. And then we have height on the y-axis. And so we want to see how the mixed layer kind of evolves throughout the day. And so what you see here starting at noon is that you have a mixed layer that goes up to the capping inversion that we talked about, right? The lid, and then the free troposphere above that. So that would be basically above the level of free convection. And then basically what happens is as you get closer to sunset after peak heating, say 5, 6, 7 p.m., you start to cool the surface. And so that leads to more stability in the boundary layer. Incidentally, what happens is that all that momentum basically that's being mixed, like the winds, the energy of the winds that was being mixed through this big, large layer actually gets kind of compressed into a smaller layer. And so what ends up happening is that the winds just above the surface start to increase, aka the low level jet. So this is why the low level jet, one of the reasons why the low level jet forms kind of right after peak heating. And so this is kind of like the magic hour when you just have just enough instability right after peak heating and strong enough low level jet to get tornadoes. So just something to bear in mind. This idea of mixing, by the way, that's the idea that the sun hits the ground, warms the ground, the ground kind of gives off heat, and that heat rises and starts to mix with the cooler air above it, and kind of get that effect that basically hawks rise up on. These big birds fly on these thermals. Same idea. So again, surface heating drives the mixing. The heat and moisture move both upward and downward, just a big mix. And if the height of the dry line circulation, this is key, if the height of the dry line circulation is higher than the level of free convection, there's a good chance that you're going to initiate convection. So how do you know how high the dry line circulation is. Well, it turns out that the height of the mixed layer west of the dry line is a good proxy for how deep the dry line circulation will be. So what that means is, if you look at the mixed layer west of the dry line, that's how tall the dry line circulation is going to be. So in this case, we know that the LFC, okay, this is an example, by the way, from that big high risk day, April 14th, 2012. This is at Lamont, Oklahoma. If you know where that is, that's northern Oklahoma. And you can see the level of free convection here is at 800 millibars. So what we'd want to see for this to hold true, that convective initiation would occur, is we'd want to see a mixed layer west of the dry line that is higher than 800 millibars. And that would give you a good sense of whether or not you would see convection. Well, indeed, if you go to Amarillo, it turns out the top of the mixed layer is actually 550 millibars. So we're talking a really, really deep mixed layer. And so what that would mean is that the dry line circulation is probably equally as tall, which would mean that if your LFC is below that, then the parcels are almost certainly going to rise above the level of free convection. And if they get above the level of free convection, of course, they will rise on their own due to that hot air balloon effect that we talked about earlier. Okay, so then we talk about the mixing, right? The warm air near the surface, cool air aloft, and eventually that westerly wind kind of drives that air to the east, and you end up getting that mixed layer detached from the surface. So you have essentially moist air underneath this. And that's why it's called elevated, because it's above the ground level, basically in the plains. So those are your 4 steps to getting steep lapse rates, but you also get, through the same process, the formation of a lee trough. So what that means is, okay, the warm air rises because, it's like the hot air balloon. We're going to just wear that analogy out. The warm air rises, right? Oh, one more thing I was going to mention. This process can take days. So this is actually something that you can tell in advance about the potential for instability. So be looking for this westerly component to the wind days in advance. We'll get to an example of what that looks like, but you can definitely tell this potential for a development of an elevated mixed layer. But again, the warm air rises and air rushes to fill that void left by the rising air, and you get a low pressure in the lee of the mountains. That's why it's called the lee trough. And so what that does is, you can look at this arrow. Look at that. You got the air rushing into the trough from the right, which is in the direction of the moisture and the Gulf of Mexico. So that'll be important for moisture return. So here is an example of how this process works in real life, looking at a 500 millibar chart, which is a really good place to start looking for this. This is on May 17th, 2013 in the morning. This was before an outbreak sequence in the Southern Plains, violent tornadoes over the weekend that happened after this. So remember, we're looking for strong westerly flow over the mountains. So 2 things, strong flow and westerly flow. So in this case, we do have westerly flow, right? So you can see winds from the west-northwest here in Amarillo, 20 knots. It is from the west, but it's not very strong, right? So you wouldn't expect too much downsloping because it's just not moving that fast. So when you look at the pressure at the surface, which would show you where the development of the lee trough was occurring, you don't really see any areas that have less than 1,004 millibars of pressure, which is what I'm using to show you where that lee trough would develop. Now, let's move 12 hours later at 500 millibars. Pretty much the same story in terms of direction of winds in the lee of the mountains. But you do see, okay, so Amarillo has increased to 30 knots. You do see a 25 knots there in western Nebraska, with 35 knots in western South Dakota. So you might expect to see a little bit more downsloping, a little bit more compressional warming, and the pressure should be a little lower. And indeed, look at that, pressure less than 1,004 millibars. You see the lee trough developing there. And so that area of low pressure, air flows from high to low pressure. That's an important lesson to remember, high to low. So it's going to mean that the air just outside the low pressure is higher than it is in the low pressure. That air is going to be drawn westward and to the north. And so that actually creates this nice return flow pattern that brings in those nice lower 70s, upper 60s dew points to the north and to the west. Okay, going to 12Z the next morning, so basically 7 a.m. Central Time on May 18th. You can see in this case, notice that the winds are a little bit stronger than they were about 12 hours before, right? But the component of the wind is actually more parallel to the mountain. So that wouldn't be good for going downslope. It's kind of going along the slope rather than going down it. So in this case, you'd actually expect a little less compressional warming. And indeed, when you look at the surface, we don't see as much of a lee trough there in the morning. But going 12 hours later, a little bit more of a westerly component, quite a bit stronger flow. You can see, particularly as the trough axis kind of swings out a little bit further to the east, you see this nice 35 knots almost due west. So it's really increasing this compressional warming effect as you move along in time. And sure enough, you do see a large area with pressure that's less than 1,004 millibars. And in fact, it's even lower as you get into the Texas Panhandle and to western Kansas. And so this was actually a pretty big tornado day. And I'll show you here in a second what that looks like. So the other concept here is, again, as you create this lee trough, the air flows in from all around, and particularly from the south and the east, and you bring in that moisture, 850 millibars. This is kind of one of the manifestations of that effect. So basically, you create that lower pressure out in the lee of the mountains, and then there gets to be this very strong pressure gradient, or in this case, height gradient at 850 millibars. That drives a very strong southerly component of the wind just above the surface, right? The low level jet. And that's where that is. And that brings in that moisture. And so that's a really important effect. So basically, to summarize, that westerly flow not only creates the steep lapse rates through the compressional warming process, but it also helps to transport moisture from the Gulf. And so in terms of what that event actually did, the first tornado on basically that last 500 millibar in surface chart, that is the tornado that occurred that day near Roselle, Kansas. This absolutely photogenic EF4 stovepipe tornado just southwest of Roselle that lasted quite a long time. And then the next day, there was a couple of pretty large tornadoes in Oklahoma, including this one at Shawnee that was rated EF4. And then, of course, very sadly, the more Oklahoma EF5 on May 20th on that Monday, and I was there for that one. That was the loudest tornado I've ever heard. It was just an absolutely astonishing and horrifying event. All right, now moving on to the concept of moisture, and let's see, moisture depth. Deep moisture prevents turbulent mixing. So this keeps instability high and mitigates downdraft strength. So it's used for tornado potential. And so some rules of thumb, basically you want at least 75 millibars for tornadoes. Here's a forecast sounding, looks like for 2004, July, big tornado event there. You can see that this kind of has almost the minimum level of moisture you would need. That, basically high moisture content is only through about 100 millibars. But indeed, that day, you got this guy in central Illinois, an F4 tornado formed. So that's basically what you'd want at least. The deep moisture really does help to prevent mixing of dry air from the desert southwest downward, which would reduce the instability. So that's really what you need that moisture depth for. Now, source region of moisture, early in the storm season, it is like right now, it's very helpful to identify where the moisture is actually coming from. Because even if you do have, pretty favorable flow pattern over the Gulf of Mexico from, say southerly, so that moisture would seemingly be coming into the plains, you might not actually get very quality moisture. And I'll explain how that works here in a second. But later in the season, by the way, quality moisture is likely, say, towards late May into June and July. So it's not really as important to really think through this. But definitely right now is the time to be really thinking about this. So here's a good example of a problem with source region. So this is in March of 2004, about 3 days before, actually 4 days before a significant event in the Southern Plains. And you can see here, and what I really wanted to point out is that, basically the flow over the plains is nice and from the south, right? So that would seem good, right? You would bring in your moisture from the Gulf you would expect. But one thing I wanted to point out is, oh, by the way, it is another slow process. It does take days for this to occur. So again, this is 4 days before the event in question. So you can really get a sense for whether or not an event might turn out by just looking very carefully, particularly at this time of year, for what's happening over the Gulf of Mexico. So in this case, if you follow a trajectory from, say, just east of the Florida Peninsula and then just follow it as it moves along, it goes from the northeast to the southwest, and then it kind of turns more to the west and then off to the northwest and into the plains. And what you notice about this is that actually you get more of this kind of lower octane kind of continental air that is actually being dragged into the plains, or advected is the technical term for it. So you actually are getting kind of modified Gulf moisture. And you can see that process over several days. This is the next evening on the 24th of March. You can see the flow is a little bit more easterly over the Florida Peninsula than it was before. It was more northeasterly, but still problematic. Even though you got this great southerly flow, you do see a little bit higher moisture, dew point temperatures in the lower 60s to mid 60s. But really, by the time the event rolls around, your dew points are on the lower 60s, which is really not terrible, but is not exactly what you want. By the way, here's the event time. You can see that there were a couple supercells in western Oklahoma. There were some tornadoes with this, but given the kinematic profile, given the shear, it was not as impressive as it could have been. And part of that was because of this problem of source region. So one thing I wanted to talk about with respect to this is the effects of inland mixing. This event in particular, this is about 8 a.m. on March 26, 2004. So this is one day before the event. The 65-degree isodrosotherm, or basically a line of constant dew point, is kind of draped over here over southern and central Texas. And notice what happens over the course of 24 hours. That line does not move. And that is very weird, because you notice that the winds are coming from the southeast, right? So you'd expect that, the wind would push that moisture up towards North Texas and into Oklahoma. But that's not what happened. So why was that? What really went on there? And so I wanted to go to the morning sounding from Corpus Christi on March 26th in the morning. And you can see here that there's actually really good moisture. You can see the temperature is pretty close to the dew point. The dew point is actually at the surface about 20 Celsius, which is about 68 degrees Fahrenheit. Nice. That's pretty good. And it's also pretty deep, right? It's over 75 millibars. In fact, it's quite a bit more than 75 millibars. So we like that. That's good. But then we go up to Fort Worth, and we notice that, first of all, the dew point temperature is a little bit lower. It's this little white line off to the left. It's a little bit lower than what we see in Corpus. No surprise there. It's about 15 or 16 Celsius. But the thing that I wanted to really point out is, look how dry that air is just above the moist layer. You see that? This sort of inverted V shape. So you have the temperature off to the right, and you have the dew point temperature. And there's a big spread between here. That represents very, very dry air. And so what's happening is it's setting the stage for some pretty good mixing as that air comes in from the Gulf. It's not very high quality. So what happens? So 24 hours later, what you see is that at Fort Worth, right, the moisture has gotten quite a bit deeper, but notice that the dew point temperature is just about the same. And what's really happening is that basically that dry air from above is mixing down below, and it's kind of diluting the effects of that moisture advection. So that's something to keep in mind, is looking at these sort of upstream soundings in advance of moisture advection to know whether or not that's going to be a problem. Okay, so some offsetting factors for mixing, some things that might prevent that from happening. So moisture movement by the wind, also known as advection, can neutralize inland mixing. So that means that, basically your wind is so powerful and your moisture is so big just above the surface that, doesn't really matter. You're getting some high quality moisture. And also, it's interestingly enough, sometimes a strong cap can prevent the moisture from mixing out. So you might consider the scenario where you have actually pretty paltry moisture, say in the early morning hours, and you're like, oh my goodness, if this starts to mix, we're in real big trouble. The depth isn't great. But if you have like a pretty strong cap, what's going to happen is that the air above the cap level is not going to mix down, because the thermals are not going to go above the cap layer. So what that means is that gives time for that moist layer to kind of get a little bit more moist. And so it turns out the cap can actually be helpful for kind of adding to your moisture. Now moving on to vertical wind shear. Okay, vertical wind shear is what organizes storms. So you can have all the ingredients: instability, moisture, lift. But if you don't have vertical shear, you're just going to get an ordinary thunderstorm that just goes up and then it goes down, and that's all there is to it. And you see a lot of this in Florida during the summertime. It's no big deal. Maybe there's a little bit of lightning, maybe even a little hail, but it's not a big deal. But vertical shear, if you have a change in wind speed, and higher wind speed as you go up in height, or direction, a change in direction with height, that will really organize your thunderstorms. And we'll get into that. So here's the first concept, this idea of sort of almost kind of this linear shear profile, where you have essentially air that is moving from west to east, and it's increasing with height. The wind speed is increasing with height. So the wind near the surface is weaker than the wind above it. So you can imagine if you put a paddle wheel in the middle of that, of course, that begins to rotate. And that's the concept that we have here, is that wind shear is kind of in the horizontal, right? Now, if you place an updraft in there, obviously you move that horizontal spin into the vertical, and you get, in this case, counter-rotating vortices. So one's rotating clockwise, and that's the northern one in this case. And this would be called the left mover, right? And then the southern one is moving counterclockwise, and that's the right mover. Okay, and sometimes the profile actually favors the right mover, so you have a little bit more directional shear that is clockwise in nature as you go up in the atmosphere, and that actually produces a favorable configuration for the southern storm, the right mover. And in this case, what goes up must come down, and that rainy updraft, or excuse me, the updraft forms a rainy downdraft, and that rainy downdraft gets wrapped around that circulation, producing the familiar hook echo. Okay, bulk shear. And now bulk shear is used to approximate the shear through the depth of the storm. 0 to 6 kilometers is the standard layer. I would say that's pretty good for most cases. Effective shear can be a little bit better as a parameter for that, because effective kind of considers things like elevated storms. So if you're really wanting something that's pretty robust, effective shear can be good for that. But bulk shear, 0 to 6 kilometer shear, should suffice for most needs. But your rule of thumb is basically you want to see, and this is, by the way, this is the same thing as that linear effect that we were talking about with this, winds increasing with height. You want to see greater than 30 knots for supercells in storm organization. So in this case, this is from that big high risk day I was telling you about in the plains. You do see, bulk shear, or 0 to 6 kilometer shear, that is greater than 30 knots over essentially the entire plain. So no problem here. In fact, up in Nebraska, 70 knots. That's really strong 0 to 6 kilometer shear. Deep layer shear is another name for it as well. Okay, moving on to the importance of mid-level rotation. So mid-level rotation is kind of what, essentially this supercell shear, the bulk shear, really implies that is what ends up happening, right? You get these mid-level mesocyclones. And the reason that's important, or really just any rotation in the storm, is that it kind of actually forces almost air to move upward, right? You can kind of think about it like a big vacuum cleaner. And what that does is it kind of offsets, to some degree, the cooling effect that you see during the evening, right? So the cooling happens during the evening, and you would expect that maybe the rising air wouldn't rise, as fast during the evening. But if you have really strong rotation, or increasing rotation, that can actually keep your storm going throughout the night. And actually, this is a great example of that. Jewel, Kansas, May 29th, 2008, I chased the storm. It produced wedges well after dark. In fact, I think it went to like 10:30 or even 11 p.m. And by the way, that was in the presence of like 100 joules per kilogram, or even greater, of convective inhibition. And the reason for that was this very, very powerful mid-level rotation. So sometimes it is the case that strong rotation can offset that lack of instability in the lowest, say, 3 kilometers. Now, the weakness of bulk shear is that it only measures the magnitude of shear. So that means that how strong it is, but does not consider the direction of it, which actually ends up being a little bit more important. So to look into that, we need to dig into the hodograph. So to understand the hodograph, we want to first discuss the concept of relative motion. So relative motion, you can think of it like a car. This car is moving 30 miles per hour to the right. And let's say a Corvette passes it and it is going 50 miles per hour. Well, that car almost feels like it's moving almost, either stationary and that one's moving 20 miles per hour faster, or it feels like if you're in that car, it almost feels like you're moving in reverse relative to that Corvette. So that's the concept of relative motion. So that green vector would be your essentially car relative motion. And that ends up being an important concept for storms as well. And it's important because it's what the storm experiences, the storm relative wind. And so we've already talked about the hodograph. And again, I'd encourage you to really take the time to look at the beginner's meteorology video that I've created. I put it on YouTube. If you look up WX Gabe on YouTube, you can find it rather easily. But that's where I explain how to create this particular view here. And so if you don't know how to do that, please look at that. Otherwise, let's get into it. So in this case, you want to draw a vector from the right motion vector to the hodograph. So you see the right mover here is to the east-southeast at, say, a little over 20 knots. And so your storm relative motion, if you plot it, you're going to move towards the hodograph. So let's do that. So there's your surface storm relative motion off to the northwest. And then at 1 kilometer, it's off to the northwest. And you can see how that evolves as you go up in height through the hodograph. And the area bounded by the hodograph and the storm relative winds at the top and bottom of the layer is the storm relative helicity. And that is a mouthful. So let me just show you what that means. So if you take the storm relative winds at the surface of the hodograph itself, that area right here is storm relative helicity. And it's essentially a measure of how much spin is available in the atmosphere in a storm relative sense for the storm. And then more important is the layer from 0 to 1 kilometers from the surface to 1 kilometer. This would be the 0 to 1 kilometer storm relative helicity, aka low level shear. This is what I like to look at for the potential for tornadoes. So low level shear, again, typically you want to use that in the 0 to 1 kilometer layer. I've heard people say even 500 meters might be a good layer. I like to use 1 kilometer though. Again, used for tornado potential. Some rules of thumb. Again, I would highly recommend you to look into Rich Thompson's research on this. But for spatial and temporal distributions of this to know kind of what the real answer is for this. But rules of thumb, generally speaking, above 100 meters squared per second squared is what you want to see for tornadoes in general. Greater than 200 for strong tornadoes and greater than 300 for violent tornadoes. Okay, streamwise vorticity and storm structure. So as I talked about before, the shape of the hodograph really dictates storm behavior and storm organization. So we'll talk about the concept of vorticity vectors to get into that concept. So vorticity vectors, basically, we're going back to that same linear, shear situation. Basically the wind's increasing with height, going in the same direction, and then you have that basically rotating pinwheel kind of in the middle of the atmosphere, and that orange line or that orange arrow represents essentially the vorticity vector or the direction of the spin. So to think about how you get the vorticity vector, by the way, vorticity, I've forgotten to define this. Vorticity is just basically the tendency for air to circulate. So that's how you define it. So basically just think of it like spin, like we talked about earlier. So shear vector, we talked about this in the beginner's video, but basically shear vector is essentially the hodograph. So you can think about this like being the actual line of the hodograph, the shear vector. And then so you want to use the right hand rule for this. So what that means is that you take your right hand and you point your 4 fingers in the direction of the shear vector, and you point your thumb to the left. And that is the direction to the left, is the direction of your vorticity vector, which is exactly orthogonal and to the left of the shear vector. So how this looks on a hodograph. By the way, the vorticity vector length, the length of that vector, that the arrow, is proportional to the magnitude of the shear. So in this case, again, these blue lines, that's the hodograph, but that's also the shear vector. So, using your right-hand rule, going from the surface to 1 kilometer, you're kind of pointing off to the northeast, and then your shear or your vorticity vector is off to the left, and it's pretty long. And then another one from 1 to 3, and then from 3 to 5, and then you can have a little bit more tiny one from 5 to 6. So that's the idea. Now, let's put it all together. So let's say we have, again, a right mover moving east southeast at say 20, 25 knots. So we want to plot the storm relative wind to the hodograph. And basically, the idea here is basically you want your storm relative wind to be parallel, pointing basically the same direction as your vorticity vector. So in this case, the surface storm relative wind is pointing almost exactly the same direction as your vorticity vector. That's good. That's what you call streamwise vorticity, which means your wind is exactly aligned with that spin. And that'll take it right into the thunderstorm and ingest it and turn it upwards. In this case, there's a little bit of an angle here at 1 kilometer. There's still a component that is quote unquote streamwise, but it gets a little less so up there. And then kind of the same thing here at 3 kilometers, and a little bit more streamwise or parallel at 5 kilometers. And then I forgot 6 kilometers there too. So just kind of to simplify that concept, again, here's the right-hand rule. Shear vector is where your forefingers go. Your vorticity vector is your thumb off to the left, and then your storm relative wind, you want that to point in the direction of your vorticity vector for it to be streamwise. So that's good for tornadoes. But if it's exactly opposite of that, or at 90 degrees to that, that is known as crosswise vorticity. Basically, your storm is not experiencing any of this vorticity. That's what that means. So here's an example forecast sounding where you have very streamwise vorticity in the lowest 3 kilometers. This from Cameron Nixon. This is the Pilger, Nebraska violent tornadic supercell in 2014. So you can see here's your right mover going northeast at 32 knots. And you can see here, if you plot your storm relative wind to the surface wind here, and you look at it, it's going in this direction. Your vorticity vector is essentially going the same direction. Remember the right-hand rule. Your shear vector goes this way, your vorticity goes off to the left of that. And so your storm relative wind is parallel to your vorticity vector, which means that your storm is going to ingest all of this spin. So that's good. And then the same thing as you go all the way up into the hodograph up to 3 kilometers, you can see the same effect. And indeed, if you go up to the upper part of the hodograph, 6, 7, 8, 9 kilometers, still pretty streamwise. So very nice, almost semicircle type hodograph. And here's the result of that. Double wedges there, very, very big event. And then if you look at this particular case, turns out we have very streamwise vorticity again in the lowest 500 meters. So you can see the storm relative wind and the vorticity vector very aligned through about half a kilometer. And then, by the way, this is the critical angle, the angle between the surface storm relative wind and basically the lower shear vector here. Usually want that to be about 90 degrees, which is roughly what it is here. And then you see kind of less streamwiseness here, almost crosswise vorticity through 1 and 2 kilometers. And then it becomes a little bit more streamwise as you kind of go up in the atmosphere. And you might think that this would be bad for tornadoes, but it turns out that this guy formed. So this just goes to show you that sort of back veer profile is what that is called, where you kind of get that little loop shape here. That actually is not necessarily going to cause you to miss out on tornadoes. So really what you want to see is that low level shear. And then storm structure and hodograph shape. Cameron Nixon has done incredible work along with some of his colleagues to tie hodograph shape to storm structure and behavior. There's a lot there. I won't go into all of it, but 2 concepts I thought were really great for this presentation is low level storm relative wind and storm size, and the relationship of the upper level storm relative wind and your precipitation pattern. So I'll explain that here in a second. So basically the idea here is, okay, so if you have weak storm relative winds in the lowest levels, that will lead to small supercell size. So in this case, you have a right mover motion off to the northeast at say 30 knots, and then you plot your storm relative winds, little green vectors, towards the hodograph, and you get this very, very tiny vector, right? It's not very long. That's weak storm relative wind. That's going to lead to small supercells. And the reason for that is you just don't get as much mass flux. It's a little bit more complicated than that, but let's just say the longer that is, usually the bigger the storm is going to be. So here's a case where you would have strong storm relative wind in the lowest levels, and that would lead to larger supercells. So kind of like these big kind of mothership supercells, where you would see, say that 1 kilometer, you would see the mass flux going into the thunderstorm would be a lot faster, a lot stronger. So the reason that we're looking in the lowest levels is because that's where the inflow is, right? In the storm, you experience the inflow at the bottom layer of the storm, and then the top is where the outflow happens. So next, we're going to transition to the idea of outflow, right? The top of the thunderstorm. And that really dictates kind of how the precipitation kind of, basically distributes as it rains out, right? So if you have weak storm relative winds in the highest levels of the atmosphere, say from 3 to 6 kilometers, really that's more like mid levels. But if in the mid levels, your storm relative wind is weak, that leads to the formation of kind of rainy supercells or high precipitation supercells. Not great for viewing tornadoes. These are not ideal for storm chasers. So let's say here we have a right mover at east-southeast at say 25 knots. And this particular wind profile, you'd get very, very tiny storm relative winds. That's going to lead to this high precipitation supercell. So if you see this kind of like all the winds kind of bunching up there, oftentimes you'll see high precipitation supercells. Now, the opposite is true. If you see strong storm relative wind in the highest levels, you actually get well-ventilated storms, so low precipitation type supercells. So these are those nice skeletal structures that you see out there, basically these towering rotating columns that are just incredible to watch. That would be the situation where you get very strong storm relative wind in the lowest, or excuse me, the highest levels. Okay, outflow boundaries are great in terms of enhancing low-level shear. So we talked about that kind of in an environmental sense with low-level shear, but it turns out that, locally you can see where low-level shear gets a little bit stronger due to boundaries. They generally form from the previous night's convection. Oftentimes, outflow boundaries don't actually work out. And a big reason for that is that sometimes they just don't cook enough. They don't, basically bake under the sun enough. And so they actually start to sag southward and they kind of undercut your storm. So what you really want to look for is a boundary that's cooking. It's, basically cloud free. It's baking under the sunshine. But we'll get into that in a second. But the concept here for how the outflow boundary improves storm relative velocity or low level shear is, so you have the cool outflow from the storm, right? You have the evaporational cooling from the rain, it pushes out. And here's a sort of boundary that pushes from north to south. And you can see that it pushes up this nice warm sector air. It pushes that upwards. And then it kind of creates this little circulation on the edge of that boundary. So you kind of get this same circulation sense that you got with the linear shear case that we talked about earlier, except in this case, the source is the cool outflow. So here's an outflow boundary that was actually pretty profitable. It was from May 24, 2016. This is the big Dodge City tornado machine. And you can see here in the morning on May 24, 2016, you can see that draping from southeast Colorado to southern Kansas and into Missouri. And throughout the day, you'll see that it's basically baking under the sun. You can see cumuliform clouds starting to form on the north side of it. The boundary actually looks pretty pronounced here. You can kind of see that through northwest Oklahoma, and it kind of arcs up into western Kansas. And on the north side of this, if you see heating here, that's a really good sign. And that's what we saw that day. And we knew it was likely going to be a pretty big day. And then that's the orientation of the outflow boundary. By the time the early afternoon had arrived, the time of that satellite image, you can see that temperatures on the southern side of the outflow boundary are a little bit warmer, kind of as that schematic implied. 86, 85, 85 at Tulsa, and then to the north of that, they're a little bit cooler. See a low 80 there, but kind of further north, 75, 79. So it's a little bit subtle, right? It's not super, strong, you can see here. And that's actually good, right? You don't want it to be too strong again because of the undercutting. And that led to the big event that we saw that day with multiple tornadoes. We had 42 here, mostly from that Dodge City tornadic supercell, but there were other tornadic thunderstorms that day as well. Now, and the final concept that we want to talk about is lift. So lift, I'm really only going to get into two categories of lift, but let's talk about all of them. So we have large scale lift. So this is like basically any lift that would cause vertical velocity on the order of, say, a centimeter per second. That's what that is, 0.01 meters per second. So very, very slow upward motion. That's large scale lift. So it's actually rather subtle lift. And the forcing for that would be, excuse me, let me go back, quasi-geostrophic vertical motion equation, which we'll get into. Ageostrophic curvature divergence is another concept there. Also, we'd be thinking about the straight jet theory. And then when we go into mesoscale lift, this is lift that's a little bit stronger. So we're talking like 1 meter per second. So about 3 miles per hour. It's still not particularly fast, but it's quite a bit faster than what we're getting with large scale lift. The factors here would include your dry line circulation or boundary intersection. That would be a couple sources of mesoscale lift. And then when you go all the way down to the storm scale, that's like thunderstorm convergence, right? Basically outflow boundaries converging. That's on the order of 10 meters per second. So that would be, say 22 miles per hour or so. So that's a lot faster. But we'll primarily focus on the top two categories here. So getting into large scale ascent. So we do need that lift because again, right, we have all these ingredients. We have instability, moisture, we have vertical wind shear. But if we don't have lift, we're not going to get a thunderstorm. So we need some way of getting lift to achieve that. So I want to get into the concept of quasi-geostrophic theory. So in the basic meteorology video that you can watch, remember that the Coriolis force balances the pressure gradient force. So that's quasi-geostrophic. That's what that means. So you have pressure gradient force off to the left, you have Coriolis off to the right, and the wind is in the middle, and we'll show that here in a second. And the resulting wind is called the geostrophic wind. That's basically just a fancy way of saying the wind way above the surface at, say, like 15, 20,000, 30,000 feet above ground level. At jet stream level, that's what you're going to get, a quasi-geostrophic wind. And that tends to run parallel to the ISO heights. You can see that here with this example. I think this is from May 24th, 2011, that big violent tornado outbreak, nice negative tilt trough. You can see at 500 millibars, you can see these ISO heights, right? They're running through here. And notice that the wind is actually moving parallel to that. So that's what quasi-geostrophic wind is. So it'll flow parallel to that. Do notice that in the case of really, really strong upper level lows, or in some cases like upper highs that are really strong, you'll sometimes see ageostrophic winds. So you can notice here, kind of in Dodge City, you have that wind that's kind of almost moving seemingly across the ISO height there. It may not exactly be across the highest ISO height because of the, basically the granularity of the data there. But point being, sometimes it's not exactly parallel, and that's an ageostrophic wind. Most of all, it is quasi-geostrophic. Okay, so that's what that means. Okay, now with that said, there is a vertical motion equation from that theory. So it's a lot. There's a lot of derivations involved in this, but the only things you need to know is that vertical motion is equal to the change in vorticity advection with height plus the temperature advection. Okay, so we'll talk about term one, which is the vorticity advection first. And so in this case, okay, up is up. And so in this case, what we have is, winds that are exactly the same speed and direction here, just to simplify it. And let's say we have pretty strong tendency for air to spin at the higher level and relative to what we have below it. So what that means is vorticity is increasing with height. Okay, that's very important. That's the differential part of it, increasing with height. Now, if at the same time that air is being moved in a particular direction, that spinny air, there's going to be rising motion out ahead of it. That air is being advected, that vorticity is being advected, and you get rising motion. So that's actually differential positive vorticity advection. Very, very big mouthful, but basically this is the concept that you see with those big bowling ball lows, right? At 500 millibars, As they move east, they cause thunderstorms to develop. This is the upward forcing for convection. So here's that in action on one of the biggest days ever, 4/27, 2011. So that's the big super outbreak in the southeast. This is Tuscaloosa Day. So really what I want you to focus in on here is a couple things. And that is really beginning with the concept of vorticity. So vorticity is comprised by two things. One is the shear vorticity. So that's the idea basically of the shearing effect that we talked about before, right? With the linear winds that, winds increase with height or across a particular distance. And then also curvature, right? That's the second component of vorticity. So anything that kind of looks a little curvy. So we do have both here. And so we can kind of infer the position of the vort max in this case at 500 millibars. And so if you can imagine, the air is flowing essentially from west to east here across North Texas. So as you go north from that jet max over essentially the Fort Worth area, the winds actually get a little bit lighter. And so what that means is that the air is going to start spinning a little bit counterclockwise if you kind of put a paddle wheel in between, right? So you're going to get a little spin there. And you already have a little spin from this nice isohyte pattern, right? So that's your curvature of vorticity. You can kind of see that in the winds here too. So the combination of that means that your vorticity maximum is going to be right there. So we now basically have established where the vorticity is. Now, it is a generally good assumption to say that if you have 500 millibar vorticity, the vorticity below that is actually going to be a little bit weaker. The winds are going to be a little bit weaker, and that's usually through the thermal wind relationship. I won't get into all the details on that, but suffice it to say, the wind you can assume is a little weaker, therefore the vorticity is a little weaker beneath. So you would see essentially increasing vorticity with height up to 500 millibars. So that would be your differential part. Now your wind is actually moving that air, that high vorticity air to the east, and so here, by the way, this is proof of the vorticity that we just described. There's the vort max over North Texas and southern Oklahoma. And the wind in this case is flowing parallel to those isohytes. So it's going to move that whole vort lobe off to the northeast. And that is where you're going to see the highest rising motions just out ahead, just downstream of where that vorticity maximum is. And so you can see that here in the little red oval. That's where you're going to have the highest rising motion according to the quasi-geostrophic vertical motion equation. Okay, and then identifying these on the map. This is going to be your water vapor map. So you can see here the brighter colors, that's going to be more moist air. The sort of orangish, brownish colors, that's going to be your dry air. And right where those usually come together, that usually means there's some forcing for convection there. So essentially, if you're trying to identify where these vorticity maxima are, usually the best thing to do is kind of see where an interface of that brighter color is with the sort of orange color. So I kind of identified that whole area of rising motion is kind of, basically falling along this axis into the east. So your rising motion is out ahead of this. Now, warm air advection, that's the second term. Basically, anywhere where the warm air is being moved by the wind in a particular direction. This would be like a warm front, right? That's going to imply rising motion as well. Very simple, right? So wherever your warm air is moving, that's going to be where the rising motion occurs. And you can see that here in the red, there's a little bit of rising motion over northern Mississippi, northern Alabama into southern Tennessee. So that's an area where I did identify rising motion. And by the way, here's the Jackson sounding from the morning of the 27th. And you can see something that I'd point out here is the warm air advection is already there. You can see that in the sounding. The reason I can tell it's warm air advection is that it turns out that clockwise turning with height in the northern hemisphere is actually a sign of warm air advection. So anytime you see clockwise, rotating hodographs, as you see here, that means you have warm air advection. So there's basically background rising motion associated with this or implied by that. And then the final concept for, the second concept, for large scale scent is the idea of ageostrophic curvature divergence. So here's 250 millibars. This is what you call maybe the level of non-divergence. So I'll get into what that means here in a second, but basically you want to look at the highest level in the, sorry, not the level of non-divergence, the level of divergence. So you'd want to be at the highest level of the atmosphere to really talk about this. But basically the concept is anywhere downstream of a trough, that's where the rising motion is going to be. So essentially you have a trough here, you have a ridge here, and kind of in between, you're going to have air that kind of splits apart. And because it splits apart, that's the divergence concept, right? Air is diverging. Air has to fill that from underneath, and that's where your rising motion happens. So if you go back to this, basically anything kind of to the east of a trough, you're going to have this other concept known as ageostrophic curvature divergence. Mouthful, meaning just go to where the inflection point is between the trough and the ridge. Okay, and I've identified that, and you can see this on the map here on April 27, 2011. Or 2011, you can see, basically here's the nice negative tilt trough. Here's somewhat of a ridge. So you kind of infer in between that there would be rising motion kind of in between due to that effect of ageostrophic curvature divergence. And then straight jet theory kind of talks about the idea of this 4-quadrant model. I won't get into all the details on this. This is definitely something you should look into, though. It's very, very helpful for storm chasing in terms of identifying where to chase. Basically, you're looking for the divergence areas because that's where, basically the air is going to be rising underneath and then diverging at the upper levels. You have convergence in the right front quad and right rear quad, but the left front quad and the right rear quad are the areas where you see divergence. So if you were going to find this on the map, you can see here's a little bit of a jet. It's not exactly straight, but you could maybe say, okay, here's a little jet coming through here that's analyzed at 250, or I've mislabeled that. That's actually 250. And so your left front quad would be right there over North Texas and southern Oklahoma, right? If you divided this into 4 quadrants. And so that's going to be the left exit region. And then this jet is a little bit more fuzzy to do this, but you might say that this is another jet streak. So you might divide it kind of over here. Your right entrance region would be over here. And so then you might have a little bit more rising motion out there. And so let's put it all together. If you put it all together, you can see kind of your implied vertical motion from all of those large scale ascent effects. And the basic bottom line of this is you'd expect your surface flow to propagate in the direction of where those are most strong. And also there'd be storms out where this rising motion was occurring more than likely, or at least rain showers. And indeed, if you look at the surface low that morning and then track it from, say, western Arkansas, it actually moves into northern Arkansas, associated with some of those large-scale ascent effects. Okay, we're getting close to the end here. Mesoscale ascent. So this is the smaller part of, smaller level. So, scale is a lot smaller than what we saw with large-scale ascent. So I'm going to talk about the dryline circulation. The key thing to see here, this is from Shui and Martin in 2006, and this is kind of a conceptual model that shows how drylines work to produce convection. This is really the most important for storm chasers. Large-scale lift can lead to supercell development, but it's really a slow process. Turns out that usually mesoscale factors are a little bit more important for the most part, and particularly in the plains, you see the dryline circulation. So you have your dry air out to the west of the dry line, and then you actually have this transition zone, it turns out. So the dry line is not always super sharp. Sometimes there's kind of like a lazy transition over into the moist air to the east. And in between, you often see what are called horizontal convective rolls. And those are areas of rising motion. And it turns out that there's enhanced convergence on those horizontal convective rolls. And that's often where you'll see, essentially the thunderstorms develop, the supercells develop. So that's something to keep your eye on, is the kinky dry line, particularly on the east side. And then surface convergence, basically a boundary intersection. Here's one from May 31st, 2013. So this is the El Reno case, and you would infer that there's some rising motion out west of El Reno, right? Because you have the dry line that's, maybe already producing rising motion there, probably. And then you have the stall front where you've got an intersection right here. It's all the air is coming together. The air can't go into the ground, so it has to rise. And that's what we saw. You see the cumuliform clouds primarily over that boundary intersection. And indeed, that's where the storms blew up, and that big supercell that day formed on that boundary intersection. Okay, now finally, in putting it all together, and this is the last piece. So just to kind of recap, we've got, this is from essentially the May 31st, 2013 situation. You've got the jet stream, 500 millibars kind of coming from the Pacific Northwest, going westerly over the mountains, and then kind of going off into the Great Lakes region, the moisture off to the southeast. So basically, you've got some pretty good westerly flow over the mountains, right? So if we take a slice through here, kind of look at a schematic of this particular chart. We go back to this, right? We have the westerly area of the mountains. It, basically is warmer at the base of the mountain. This forms this elevated mixed layer, which increases the steep or the lapse rate. So you get the steep lapse rates because of that. And then that detaches from the surface, moves over the moist air. At the same time, you get this nice surface low here, the lee trough that forms due to the compressional warming, and then that draws in the moisture from the Gulf of Mexico. So now you have the moisture underneath really cold air aloft and dry air. So basically conditional instability has developed, and you can see this on the map. Basically your surface winds are from the southeast due to the surface trough, and then that pulls moisture to the northwest. The same time above that, you have a westerly winds bringing the dry air. And so where these come together, that air is unstable. So now you have the potential for updrafts. And now that you have the potential for updrafts, all you need is shear. So if you put that linear shear together, you put the updraft in there, remember the counter-rotating vortices, you put it all together and you get the rainy downdraft, and voila, you get the supercell. So that is how it all comes together, kind of in a very short vignette of to produce the supercell. Now there's more to it. I wish I could get into more on the actual dynamics of the theories behind tornadogenesis, and if I had more time, I'd tell you more about it. But I think I'll stop there for now, and we'll see where we want to go from here. So thank you very much for listening.
Yep. Hey, Brandon, there we go. We got everybody unmuted. Good. Okay. Wow, Gabe, that's it's funny when I get texts from meteorologists that I respect that says they're learning something from you. That says a lot. So that's really good. And we're going to build on that too, Gabe, is kind of going into that tornado genesis like you're talking about, and some of the stuff we've talked about, previously, leading into maybe some El Reno talk and some of that radar. In my future, I'd like to see you and Jeff Snyder involved with some of the stuff you guys did with the rating of the El Reno tornado, and go from there with the new EF scale and kind of go around. So it's going to bring, that whole, I guess, circle all the way back around. It all connects into what we do from the beginning to the end. So that's where I want to go now with John, Jeff, Gabe, Brett, Ryan. I feel like you're flying an airplane or something over there. So he's just kind of spaced out. Anyways, I've been going back and forth a lot with some different people about the next couple of days. I know Jeff's already texted me super pumped about an area I absolutely hate. And then, Brett's over here, I think, going to jump off a cliff. So, because the 0-0 models looks like crap. So I have two sides of what's going to happen the next 2 days. So, where we're going to go with this really is I want to go like, all right, we all kind of know the SBC's been putting out some outlooks, that kind of, some people who's super busy like me, I don't really look more than 10 days out just because of my schedule. I look more, and Brandon can attest to this, I kind of look more 5 days out on things. But so I'll look at SBC at the day 3, day 4, and okay, we got an outlook. So at that point, I'll go look at the models. And this goes back to where I want to. I'm going to say this very tongue in cheek. A lot of people know me. I don't beat around the bush. I can be very blunt at times. Part of what I'm doing is we're having an issue, and I don't know what's happening. I don't know if it's the TikTok era. I don't know if it's the new generation of kids just maybe trying to get clicks. I can't figure it out, but I could tell you it's causing chaos across the weather community right now, which is hyping events and hyping things and scaring the crap out of people. Literally, if I'm getting 3 or 4 texts from my PD friends over something that's not even within 300 miles of our location, it's a problem. And I know we've all had issues from one time to the next of things people say, people do. We're never going to change that. But the only thing we can do is be positive and teach why these things matter and why things, why do we do what we do? Because right here in this setting is some of the most experienced people in the world when it comes to storm chasing, period. Jeff, how many years you got? He's muted. Jeff, you there? 45 years. Yeah, 45 years, right? John, how many years do you have?
35 years.
25 years.
Yeah. I'm on about 24. So, Brett, how many years are you into this now?
Yeah, about the same. Me, you, Gabe, we're right around the same.
Same with Ryan. What, 10 plus at least?
11 for me.
11. Yeah. So what I'm getting at and why we're saying this is, we've been around when we didn't have the technology we have now. So for you young ones out there watching, understand we're not trying to dress you down. We're not trying to make fun of you or cause problems with you, but you got to understand there's a messaging. I work on top of being on TV. I work in public safety, and when we are in panic mode, because listen, I live and work in Central Oklahoma on the PD side, and so people freak out here. So when you start posting TikToks and Twitters and talking about tornado outbreaks and people are going to die, it doesn't work, because right now we have models that are not in agreement, right? So you got to work the messaging. You've got to work with trusted sources. And so I'm not going to change that, but here at the Storm Summit, the only thing we can do is start a progressive talk about what is proper and what is not, because that's all we can do is help. All we can do is try. So don't think what we're going to say on here, I want to be very blunt, is dressing you down, but I'm going to call you out. Okay. Stop posting stuff 4, 5, 7 days at calling these tornado outbreaks, because it's an issue right now. And that's my opinion. I'm going to let everybody else on this panel talk. This is pretty much a panel that was planned, but with severe weather coming in the forecast here in an active pattern, I just think it's a good opportunity to take to go over things and why you hype and don't hype. There's a time to hype and then there's a time not to hype. So really what I'm going to do here is I'm going to let Brett kind of, I want to start, the first thing I'm seeing here is that the 500 millibar.
Yeah, I've got the 500 chart pulled up, and I see one thing that tells me off the bat that the models are going to have a hard time. You can see there's 2 jet streaks there. There's a split flow pattern. So we've got the northern stream across the northern tier of the country, and then you've got subtropical jet stream there back over Southern California. That is the piece that's going to move out, and we're going to be monitoring as it comes even into Texas tomorrow and potentially sparks off some storms late. This is the NAM 12 kilometer. Not necessarily to say I trust it. We don't have the new GFS out, but you can still see, again, there's a pretty compact little trough there that is going to move out into Texas, move across northern Mexico. And then even as we get into Friday, you've still got some of those stronger wind fields coming out over central southern Texas into Louisiana. And you can see some kinks there in the troughing pattern that indicate to me that we're going to have probably some lifting mechanisms causing widespread convection in some areas.
It's something I've seen is the defluence that you're seeing there at the where it's ejecting. And there, Gabe, you could talk about that a little bit. You were actually talking about that in your presentation. That's one thing I look in troughs, especially over the Northwest Texas, DFW up to Oklahoma City area, is the amount of defluence that you have overhead. To me, that's photogenic storms versus not having photogenic storms a lot of times as well. If you want to talk about that.
Yeah, so I see, pretty good compact jet structure. I say compact is pretty broad actually, but I mean in terms of like it's not multiple pieces, so that seems nice. It seems like the pressure response from that at the surface would be a little bit more organized. You do see a little bit of that curvature divergence I was telling you about, but primarily actually I would think the straight jet theory that we just talked about would be more applicable here. And then also the differential positive vorticity advection is almost certainly going to be a factor here, right? So we talked about the shear vorticity, the curvature vorticity. You'd imagine maybe that vorticity maximum would be right over there in North Texas, same place as the presentation. So out ahead of that, you'd get some advection of basically of vorticity, and that would cause rising motion kind of on the large scale. I think really, honestly, this pattern, I don't know about how Jeff or John, what you guys think about this pattern, but when I see something like this over the southeast with kind of that sort of zonal flow, right, more broad jet, that usually spells trouble over the southeast.
Looking area of divergence there, and with the jet streak quadrants that Gabe talked about. I haven't looked at anything here the last couple of days. I've been dealing with taxes and getting some other things, including this presentation together. But I'm wondering what things look like beyond tomorrow, like Friday. Looks pretty interesting to me, depending on the moisture return and if there's any problems with that.
Let's key in a little bit on some crossovers and some instability. Again, this is just the NAM model, but you can kind of see as that jet streak's coming out, you're seeing some response here with instability rising, and that's after dark, really, tomorrow night. Ahead of a dry line axis here across West Texas, you even see storms potentially west of DFW moving into the DFW area, but that cooler air aloft moving in right there, you can kind of see instability continues to rise even at midnight tomorrow night across that area with some pretty decent flow.
Yeah, I will say just as a central Oklahoma down, and Gabe's this too, down in the Wichita Falls, Vernon area. One thing I look for, especially at night, is that crossover like you were talking about, Brett. That's going to really clear out that mesocyclone to anything that we can get rotating. Everybody likes those backlit supercells, but at night, just think about what you could see, because that to me, that's going to be, that's going to vent really well. If any storms that happen that fire in that quadrant there tomorrow night.
I'm curious, Brett. Yeah, go ahead, go for it. Yeah, I was just going to say maybe we could look at a forecast sounding overnight. I was curious because it looks like the Cape's increasing overnight, kind of a little bit interesting.
Yeah,
right. I agree. The hodos don't look so well there, but man, look at that dry air up through the column.
That tells me you're going to have some sculpted supercells.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Potential for some significant hail there too.
For sure. Use the long exposure on your DSLR there after dark.
See, down in that area there, southwest of Dallas, that looks like massive hail type situation.
What time is
a massive hail type situation?
That's midnight.
Midnight?
Yep. So
thing I would note about that, by the way, is the surface temperature is pretty cool relative to the temperature above it. So you have like a capping layer, but you do have a lot of instability, kind of like you were saying, Brett, above that. So that would be like your elevated hailer situation. You're spot on.
Yeah, I think based on everything, I've kind of been looking off camera here for a little bit. The main threat to me tomorrow night would definitely be hail, and it looks like it would be around dark, maybe after dark, before those storms really started to get nasty. I think that if we have a tornado threat, I think you saw some of this stuff too, Jeff, on a couple of the other models, particularly the HER. I think that's going to be on Friday if we're going to deal with a real substantial tornado threat, maybe in a localized area.
So one thing I want to talk about here, because I know we're throwing some acronyms out to some people that may be new here. We're talking about short-term weather models here. So a lot of us will go to the NAM or a derivative of the NAM, which is the HER, which is the HRRR. It's a high rapid refresh model, right? So every hour it's got a new output. And it's looking at a smaller level at the ground or area, right? So it's breaking things down into smaller areas. So like here, you know, you could actually probably, I think, if I'm wrong, guys, I think you can actually look into smaller quadrants. I can't remember. I think you have to pay for it. But so, and then you have the NAM. Those are really the two main models. Now there's some SPC models that a lot of us use just to pretty much take these two models and look at the differences in them, right? We're looking at common themes in these models. So that's why when we're throwing out these terms, if you have questions, Ryan, if you'll stop us, because I'm kind of geeking out with the rest of these guys. If there's somebody with questions out there, please let us know.
What I like is the ability to plot box soundings, so you're not cherry picking a specific area now, and you're getting more of a profile across a bigger portion of the landscape there. And this isn't half bad for the NAM for 21Z on Friday across a good chunk of Louisiana. You're talking 2,000 plus Cape. That's positive area of instability there. Decent low level lapse rates with 76, and those may be slightly high, slightly low, depending on sunshine and critical angles. Usually, my critical angle rule is the 60, 90, 120 rule. The closer you get to the three of those, particularly 90, you're looking for tornadoes. 60 is also not so bad, especially in the deep south, where we're dealing with more high precipitation type tornadoes. But, I kind of was skeptical about it a little bit, but, the NAMs woke up a little. And then this is the one, the latest longer term HER model, which I don't like to go too in depth with because it's so far out. But look at all that instability there by 3, 4, 5 o'clock across Louisiana, and the wind fields down here near New Orleans look pretty nasty.
So that's how big is that cape there, Brett?
Over 2,000, 1,900 in that box. That's the estimate of a median of the box sounding there. So, and that cape extends up above 200 millibars in Louisiana, which is pretty insane because it's so moist there typically. But good critical angles, over nearly 300 helicity there. I mean, and obviously you're getting the hazard types that everybody will go crazy about. But, I see some potential there. It might be nasty. It might be messy. Let's look at the just because we can.
I do know that the simulated reflectivity was showing it fairly messy.
It blows some stuff up down in this region here. It looks like we've got a little wave right here, and it blows some stuff up down here around Baton Rouge. See, that's an interesting look right there at 2 o'clock.
It's trying to hook them already.
Yeah.
Those look a lot like the hodograph box there in terms of the kink that it had in that lowest couple kilometers.
I've noticed with the HER before, if it's picking up on details like that this far out, it's something to watch consecutive runs if it continues to show that, because it just the convection, right? But we know the problem I've always had with the HER that it over convects. So
there's that little bit of a S shape there that Gabe was talking about on the hodo, and that's behind. There's some sort of boundary back there. Still a lot of cape, which is going to yield very good hail potential. Your ship parameter is up over 2, so you're going to have some hail potential. If this model were to come to fruition, back over this area, you can see it's face value printing a supercell southwest of Shreveport, but it doesn't have quite the wind fields in the low levels. They're weaker, and there's a good bit of veer back there, critical angles of 11. So if I were looking for something on the Louisiana border, if this came to fruition by 21Z, it'd be hail most likely.
Well, it goes back into picking your chase target too, because I'm going to be honest with you, it's easier to chase around New Orleans than it is in East Texas around the border. In my opinion, if I was going to pick two, I'd definitely go to Louisiana just based on chase terrain.
But you don't often see in Louisiana and in Texas, East Texas, the woodlands, you don't see a surface to 3 kilometer lapse rate of 7.5 very often this time of the year either.
Yeah, Gabe, you look like you're about to say something. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, no, I was just saying that's a really good point. The lapse rate there is pretty tremendous, and I would also note that the shape of the photographs that you've shown has been very impressive. You see that sort of sickle shape that we so often look for these big tornado events. So, and also the warm sector is fairly broad there, so you wouldn't necessarily you know be seeing storms in just one area. It could be looks like the way the HER is showing it here, this small scale model, that you would be seeing storms potentially over a broad area. So it would make targeting a little bit difficult. But like you said, Brett, it looks like the low level shear, the shear profiles look a little bit better to the east.
Yeah, I agree. I think Jeff said something earlier, but I think he was on mute.
Yeah.
I'm still muted.
Strange.
Brandon might have muted on the back end.
Gotcha.
Are you talking about me?
He's talking about Petrowski. He's it shows that he's unmuted, but I don't think his mic was working on the device there.
That's good, Jeff. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So I like if you just take the standard NAM 12 kilometer, what jumped out to me that you're right, there's a big sector area. I like the area back up toward Texarkana. There's a warm front. There, first of all, if the convection is right, there's a thermal ridge poking out of Dallas and over Paris. It's 80 degrees poking up to Texarkana at 3 o'clock. There's a mesolow that develops over Oklahoma and the Texas Panhandle overnight. Tomorrow night, it tracks east along the Red River. It's over Paris, about 21Z. At that same time, I've got helicity about 300 forming over Texarkana. You got a warm front lifted north into southwest Arkansas. You got the left front quadrant at 21Z. You got 70-knot jet core at 500 millibars coming into the warm front and triple point with the upper divergence. The cap breaks ahead of the surface low in on the warm front. You get individual supercells break. It's got 4 individual stripes. And after 0Z, the helicity is about 500 over southwest Arkansas. And you got PDS tornado soundings in just north of Texarkana between Mena, Arkansas and Texarkana. If I was going to bet anywhere, I think you're going to have tornadoes in southwest Arkansas, coming out of Paris, Idabel, Oklahoma, right into Mena, right into west of Arkadelphia between 5 and 8 o'clock. That's my super hot zone for Friday. I think I'd be shocked if there's not significant tornadoes in that area based on the NAM. But again, it's just one model. Look at the V3, look at the HR. Take a blend of all the models, not one models. All the models are going to be wrong a little bit, right? You just try to get a blend of them. But the NAM's one of those models that doesn't jump around a bunch. With a 3 kilometer NAM over convex a lot of times, and it has the boundaries unrealistic in locations. But the standard NAM, it's got a really nice boundary. If you got a lifted warm front, the left front quadrant of the jet, that is mega. I love lifted warm fronts. It's got trouble written all over it. Like I said, I think if this was back west of the Metroplex or west of I-35, I think it'd be a moderate risk, enhanced risk, if not a moderate risk day. And I think Friday will be probably an enhanced day with a 5%, maybe even a 10% in the architects. That's just looking at the NAM tonight. That's my gut today, right now, this hour. If I was targeting the area, I like that area a lot. But boy, do I hate chasing down there. That's a drone chase, not an eyeball chase, right? So, right. And but I have seen a couple of tornadoes in southwest Arkansas, and a lot of times you literally in between the mountain passes, you see a grinder go up the hill and down the hill, and you just wait for it in between the ridge lines and wait for it to pass you. There's debris, tree getting sucked out of the ground. But yeah, that'd be my heart zone right now. It's just north of Texarkana, because if you look 3 kilometers, look at the 12 kilometers. It's got nice single spaced out about 50 miles apart QPF stripes. That's the other thing I look at. It's like, do I have convection? Do I have parameters that are set up there? Low level jets ramped up, left front quadrant of the jet core. It's got about 10. It's got about 9.5 of my 10 things I got to have for something significant to happen. They're there, right? So it's just in a bad area. So
something Charles Peak just brought up, and it's a good point. And those of us who chase in the Southeast have seen this before. Earlier in the day, convection may dictate how far north that moisture axis is actually going to be, right?
Yep,
and
right.
so I mean, that's a very good point. I could take a days where I started at Shreveport and ended up on the Gulf Coast. So
that's why you're seeing the differences in each model. There's a hot zone. I agree with Jeff. There's going to be a hot zone somewhere, and it's very likely that it could be up in the Arklatex. I think that's where you're seeing some differences in the HER, which is at the very end of its run right now, and I don't trust it very much at that range, versus the NAM. But I'll tell you something that does stick out like a sore thumb to me, Jeff, about this. One of the sounding matches for this Southwest Arkansas sounding I got pulled up right here, December 16th, 2000, Birmingham's 18Z sounding. That was the day of the Tuscaloosa EF4, the first one. So, and the parameters there, they absolutely do support problems. So I'm sure we'll be between there and New Orleans somewhere.
Yeah, I think it'd be a widespread event, right? And it's like I said, in the spring, Gabe and John knows this. Everybody knows this on this call today. They this time of year, you get these warm fronts that either overperform. And let's just be honest. Let's look at a lot of times it doesn't make sense, right? Look at the last 90 days all over the United States. These storms have overperformed in California, record snow. Look what's happened in the plains. We've had tornadoes all the way up in Michigan, Wisconsin. I mean, they've overperformed. This whole year has overperformed on these little bitty events have overperformed, right? So if I've got a really good jet core dynamics coming out, I've got some 65 degree point surge in north and East Texas ahead of a draw line and a surface low. Just crazy things are going to happen. I can't tell you we're going to have any tornadoes, but I'd say the chances of something pretty significant happening is pretty good chance. I mean, I'm pretty high on it, right?
You're chasing regardless with a setup that looks like this with some sort of a bulge coming into a cape axis and shear. So,
that's right. If you go to 700 millibars, look at 700, 500, it's in the left right quadrant. The bulk shear is 70 knots at 4 o'clock. And you're in the left right quadrant, the 500 net jet core at 51 hour, go to 48 and 51. And look at the kink at 51. When the storms explode, you can actually see the air. You're at 500. Yeah, you'll see the air go around it, and even at 850, you'll see the air diverge around the storm because of the storms are look at the storms right there in Southwest Arkansas.
Right there.
Yeah, it's just and also as the upper low comes down, that low level jet's ramping up to 50 to 60 knots. So you basically almost have a 60 knot overcross between 850 and 500. And I like things to be within 20 knots of each other, max 30 knots, different between 850 and 500. On the crossover. You get greater than 30 knots, the storms like to rip apart, right? The upper part likes to tear off the bottom. But I just like that cross. I think Southwest Arkansas is on the bullseye at or just after 0Z.
This reminds me a lot of Little Rock last year, Brett. Just a little bit.
Well, I like seeing an increasing wind field, right? You don't want to see it decrease when it comes to game time, but between that 3-4 o'clock hour and then 6, you can see that explosion of the low-level jet right there going right into those storms. So I totally agree. I think I think we've got potential. I think we've got big boom potential, probably some bust potential there as always. But if this were to pan out and we were to clear out all that convection from the early morning, gets to the east over Mississippi and Alabama, and this area clears out and destabilizes, kind of like powder keg.
Yeah. So let's play the double advocate here. Let's go with maybe a tornado watch in McCurtain County in southeast Oklahoma, Idabel. At the same time, we got a raging snowstorm in the northwest Oklahoma with maybe winter storm warnings or some kind of winter storm approach going on in the northwest zone. At the same time, we got possibly tornado watches or tornado warnings in southeast Oklahoma on the surface on the triple point. Look at that. Raging snow. You got north winds of probably 50 knots out there. Probably not quite blizzard, not cold enough for blizzard conditions, but you're going to have a heavy storm. We just had the big fire in northwest Oklahoma and the Texas Panhandle, right? So they need moisture really bad, right? So the dynamics are just really over the top this year, right? What Gabe and John, when you say that, it's just, sometimes we can't always put our finger on it, but sometimes these years when they just start off crazy, they just continue to go that way, right? And as we get in the spring and we start getting into real hard tornado season, things seem to like overachieve, even though days aren't supposed to, but they do sometimes, right?
Also point out that what John was talking about with El Nino, this pattern fits that to the T, with that nice southern stream right over the southeast. This is exactly what you'd expect.
Oh, and this is one of those situations, though, to me, usually in El Nino, we have poor lapse rates to work with. This one's got pretty good lapse rates.
That's a good point, Brett.
Yeah. So we did have a quick question here, and I think this goes to Gabe. Ryan, do you want to go ahead and ask that question? You have her name, so go ahead.
Deborah Dawkins. It's a two-part question. What will bust a cap? How much energy? And do I want to target near a projected cap bust?
Projected cap bust. So what will bust a cap? So the first part of that, well, yeah, what will bust the cap is really just the last section we talked about with lift, right? So there are two major categories that I talked about. So we have a large scale ascent, and then you have the mesoscale ascent. So the large scale ascent usually just steepens the lapse rates. You don't necessarily see that develop the supercells that we talk about. So typically speaking, you're going to be looking for mesoscale ascent to raise, your partials to the point of the level of free convection, so where they're actually, exploding into supercells. And so for that, usually you want a dry line circulation. Typically, that's in the southern plains. Brett can tell you all about what happens in the southeast. Probably there's a lot of subtle boundaries out there that you look for, confluence zones, things like that. Horizontal convective rolls are also possible out there. So there's a lot of different possibilities. I would say the dry line though is the king.
Yeah, for sure. I would totally agree with that. As you get over into the southeast, you've got to look for any little thing that you can to try to break the cap over here. We're looking for, warming in the lower troposphere as much as we can get, because we don't have the dry line. We don't have the luxury of having a dry line in parts of the east typically.
Yeah. Well, it goes back to me, and John, I want you to jump in on this too, and your thoughts on this. I know Gabe and I have had conversations, and I know there's been some research before where winter wheat content and mixing in the Panhandle. I can tell you guys, I covered fires all last week in the Panhandle, and that's some of the driest vegetations I've seen this time of year. But the problem is that that fire was so vast in the Panhandle, it looks like the Sahara Desert now. There's no vegetation. And I'm hoping that vegetation will grow, because I'm really worried that dry line is going to mix further to the east, and we're going to have a lot of capping and a lot of mixing issues over the Panhandle, which a guy who does a lot of Oklahoma chasing, that's going to push that dry line into central Oklahoma more, and that's not a good thing. Some of our bigger tornado events is because of where that dry line sets up, kind of around that Weatherford, down to Altus, down to San Angelo, where really these storms fire off that dry line, and because of the cap to the west and because of the mixing to the west, I could tell you that the winter wheat content in Oklahoma is great right now. We have been wet from the Texas Panhandle our way, my way in central Oklahoma, but everything out in the Texas Panhandle is dry. They haven't had a really decent rainfall since last summer. So I don't know if you guys want to talk about that, especially with you, John, and some of your research you've done. I think that's going to play into a lot of where we see these, spring-like events set up this year. John needs to be unmuted, Brandon.
I think we lost his mic.
Well, we lost your mic, John. Hey. Oh.
There he comes. Well, I thought.
No. Shoot. We got to get John back. John, why don't you restart, baby?
Okay.
There we got you now.
There you go.
Oh, you got me here. I don't know exactly what happened there. Sorry about that. But, no, I think the dry line thing is a major concern, because it has been so dry in the Panhandle, as you noted, and it's going to take something pretty major to change that. And I don't see that coming. What's that? Okay, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Because Shauna just came in and said she couldn't hear me, but I think
I can hear you.
Thanks. Okay. Yeah, I just agree with everything you just said, Eric, and I'm not sure I've got a whole lot to add to that. I just am very concerned that the dry lines are going to set up in central, or at least over the western third of Oklahoma here this spring, and we're going to really have to watch that. I hope a system will come through that we don't see coming up, and will bring some real precipitation to the Panhandle. It's really so.
Yeah.
Another thing I was going to say, this is changing subjects a little bit, but I remember a few years ago I did a little study with about 1,000 soundings in tornado cases, and I tried to categorize boundaries by warm front, dry line, outflow boundaries, etc. I came up with a little categorization system, and I found that the most efficient supercells are the ones that are near warm fronts, because there's just so much warm advection and so much vertical motion going on, and then some of the shear characteristics that Gabe talked about that go on in the boundaries there. And it's like in the total data set, more tornadoes occurred in the warm sector, but there were fewer supercells in the database near warm fronts, and there was a larger percentage of the supercells that produced tornadoes. And if I get time, I'll pursue that and see if some of these numbers work out. But we were talking about the Arclitex area and the warm front down there. That seems like a really good target on Friday. It just that looks like, to me, that looks like maybe a better area than further down toward New Orleans with the deeper moisture. But I think you may have more warm frontal dynamics going on up toward the Arclitex in southwest Arkansas.
And by the way, can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah, the RRFS just came in, and it says pretty much a moderate tornado outbreak, eastern Oklahoma, southeastern Oklahoma, across southern Arkansas, over into the northern Louisiana. It's got 4 or 5 stripes, 200 miles long, and it's along the warm front. It's extremely vigorous with the tornadic storm situation. They're isolated. I like them. They're isolated. They're broke out. It's all squall line, and it's got literally like 12 all going at one time. Just go look at the new data. It just came in. It's
Jeff, if it's similar in jet structure, because it's got a deep, the NAM's low is about 1,000 millibars, and it goes sub as it moves toward the northeast. RRFS is already sub 1,000 by 21Z there across northeast Texas, southwest Arkansas. That would make total sense, because that's going to be plenty of lift to get those things going. And then we've got to watch, as John mentioned, with a warm front close by, interaction of warm front or crossing a warm front at all, that's where you're going to have to watch for that potential for quick tornado production too, potentially strong as well.
Yeah, so I think that warm front. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Go
yeah,
guys.
No. We do have a question. It's regards to, and I'll just read it here. It just basically talks about warm air advection. There's a comment here in open warm sector, Louisiana, southern Mississippi. You would think you can mature and turn into a warm air advection regime, or could there be frontal confluence? So, in other words, everything underneath that warm front should also not only convect but tornado is basically what it sounds like he's trying to get at. I don't know what you guys' thoughts are on that. I mean, I think there's more to it than that, but
Gabe.
Actually, not too many. One thing I will say about that is that I think these broad warm sectors, with the type of cape that you see there is, somewhat unusual. I think, again, it goes back to the idea that Brett was talking about with those mid-level lapse rates. That's just tremendous. And you look at that superimposed over, 60s dew points, maybe a little higher. It's pretty impressive. And then one thing I was thinking about with Jeff's target area there, and I guess it would be northwest Louisiana, southwest Arkansas, with that sounding that you looked at, Brett. I just noticed, the really strong storm relative inflow there at the surface. I don't know if you guys saw that. It was like 35, 40 knots. These storms are going to be huge.
Hey, Brett, can you pull that back up? Let's go over that. Let's go over some photograph with that.
Well, I'll tell you what, let's do that. But the one thing that I see that could be an inhibiting factor across coastal Louisiana, I'm going to throw this up because we were talking about source region, right? So this is something I see that could potentially be an inhibiting factor to coastal Louisiana. You're getting southwest flow at 700 millibars, so you actually see some warming occur across that region, which could hamper things a little bit, get a little bit of convective inhibition in there until later on. But you see, closer to the Arclitex, you've got much cooler air aloft, which is why this model is showing, quite a problem. As Jeff mentioned, let me see if I can throw that up here real quick just to give you guys a look.
Yeah. It also just, Brett, I just looked at the warm front, and the warm front's extremely aggressive right there, right ahead of that. It's got 60 to almost 70 dew points with deep east winds like 20 knots all across southern. It's like 70, 66 all across southern Arkansas going into those supercells. It's shaping up. It could be a really big day, possibly.
Yeah. Wow. Look at that meat hook photograph.
That's an intense PDS tornado sounding. Yeah, that's got handwriting written all over it. Yeah,
Hey, Gabe, why don't you break that down for us a little bit? Yeah. Hey, Gabe, why don't you break that down?
Yeah, I think Brett's pointing out some issues with the see that those little left on the left. You see the bars. I guess they're like pink or purple. I guess that's implying that there's some rising motion there. So you might actually have some storms ongoing there. So not sure how representative it is, but gosh, that hodograph looks righteous.
All right, there's a better look just a little south of there where you don't have the Omega or the thunderstorm actually causing issues with the hodograph, but that's still pretty mean looking.
Yeah, it looks like you're south of the warm front there. The warm front's back in southern Arkansas, but it all look. We've all seen this enough. Anytime you get a warm front in southern Arkansas, here's this wave coming out of this jet core. Wow, it's as we say in the plains, never turn your back on a warm front. Right.
Well, that's storm relative inflow as well that you mentioned, Gabe. I mean, these are very strong, signals here for storm relative inflow. So I'm with Jeff. I think if any of this comes near to fruition of what the evening runs of some of the cams have, that we've got problems, especially in the Arklatex region.
Yeah. I think the important thing, one thing, and it took me many years to learn this, when we had Foos and Foon, like 25, 30 years ago, right? You just had the upper motion, raw data output. It took a long time to figure out, it's not really what the model says tonight, it's what is the trend. And so the trend that lasts 24, 36 hours is it's a little bit bigger clearing sector, not as much convection tomorrow or Friday morning, a bigger warm sector area. The warm front's more defined, right? So if we watch this trend and as more and more models come on or start to trend that direction, then you're probably going to see the wording from SPC ramp up a little bit, right? They're gonna watch the trend. And again, I think the trend is always your favor. A lot of times people out 3 or 4 days out will like one model, like, oh, this is what's going to happen next Friday. It may not happen, but I'm going to look at the trend the next 24 hours, 36 hours. If tomorrow morning and then tomorrow night, the cams are like really they're all kind of saying the same thing, then I think you'll see a pretty significant increase in tornado threat across Arkansas, Louisiana, and southeast Oklahoma. And
in these situations, Jeff, especially across portions of the South, in many cases, I think we can agree that overnight, the night before or early in the day, we've seen these convective complexes. And then on the back side of these, we see sinking air. So we're able to destabilize ahead of the surface low, which in this case is a perfect setup for, as you see, explosive supercells in the afternoon there, if this comes to fruition.
Yep.
That's some heavy snowfall in northwest Oklahoma, guaranteed.
Exactly. Well, the other thing that's concerning about Friday, if we're early in the season or early March, it's probably going to be right before dark, right after dark. It's probably going to be fairly fast-moving tornadic supercells, and they're very difficult areas to see. Right, you're talking about southern Arkansas and southwest Arkansas and Texarkana and on up to south of Little Rock. There, it's just tough chasing area, right? And it's tough to see them. So fast-moving tornadic supercells at 40, 50 knots at night in March, it's a lethal combination, right? Bad things happen. So if I'm in southern Arkansas, I'd be on high guard on Friday evening. I'd be watching weather real closely.
Yeah. Yep. Do we have any other questions out there, Ryan?
He said you answered it. Basically, he was asking if prefrontal confluence could initiate supercells in the open warm sector and if they could sustain themselves. But he said thank you.
Yeah, I think that's true. But by the way, there was an example of that from, I think, I wouldn't call it prefrontal, maybe pre-dry line, May 3rd, 99, confluence.
Exactly.
F remembers that well, right? Storm A.
We all have but May 3rd. May 1st and May 2nd was actually pretty incredible. Actually, May 2nd convection Nscs over Oklahoma crashed through Dallas the day before was actually a really important factor that happened on May 3rd, even though the Flint jet core came out and everything, but that leftover boundary down in Northwest Texas, lifting north under that Flint jet core played a pivotal role in the May 3rd outbreak, right? That boundary lifting down in the Red River coming north late in the afternoon was very, very important for those big tornadoes. Yeah, it was an amazing day.
I'll be there in a minute.
For sure. And I think if you look at, there's a paper by, I think it's either Thompson and Edwards or Edwards and Thompson. I don't remember which order. They're kind of two peas in a pod, right? But from, I think it's either 2000 or 2002. I would encourage whoever wrote that question to look that paper up. It goes into detail about that particular confluence boundary, kind of in the open warm sector. So yeah, it's definitely the case. And I'm sure on the big April 27th outbreak in 2011 that, you saw some of that as well.
Speaking of, Roger announced at Tessa he's retiring. Didn't know if everybody knows that.
Oh no,
I did hear about that.
Roger retiring.
He said, I don't want to misquote when he said he's retiring, but it is this year. But, yeah.
It's a biggie. That's a biggie.
Yeah, he's a super forecaster. Really good stuff too.
Yeah, I would love to have him on here. So.
GFS is showing some signs as well. You can see that 700 millibar jet core punches right into portions of Arkansas there during the afternoon. It develops over Texas, punches right into portions of the Ozarks there at 700. So, even the globals are now showing some signs.
Yeah. Well, one other thing that I like, but I talk about with people, John and Gabe talk about this, is the, I'm going to call it this, it's the SPC, the 45-day outlook that you get the, kind of the severe weather models, right? The ensembles out 45 days. And they're basically, except for a couple little hits here and there through mid-April, it's almost this pattern we're in stays the same for the next 45 days. And it just barely starts taking up again as we get into, April 5th, 10th through the 12th, somewhere in there, just a little hit there. But it's almost saying that, we've got to be patient this year and wait as we get into May. But sometime I'm thinking like John, everybody else is, sometime in that middle May timeframe, when we go neutral and then go the other direction on the pattern we're in, I think the tornado threat climbs dramatically from mid-May to mid-June. And I think it's going to be mega intense as the pattern flips. And when it flips, it's going to flip really hard. And I think the battle zone is, by all the extended models and the ensembles and what the pattern looks like, I think Western Oklahoma, Texas Panhandle, Western Kansas is going to be the zone in mid-May to mid-June. I think we're going to have some significant tornado breaks. That's natural climatology, but I think this year it's going to really. It's everything. All the research I've followed, everybody online. They're all saying kind of the same thing.
Well, Gabe, that's kind of similar to.
Go ahead, John.
Yeah.
Go, John.
Well, all I was going to say that I was looking back at 2016, which is kind of an analog to where we're going with the El Nino right now, as it kind of slowly weakens. And it seems like it really began to kick in somewhere there in the middle of April. And then May was fairly active at times. And so that kind of goes along with what Jeff's saying. And I kind of wonder if that's what's going to happen here further north.
I don't know. It'd be interesting what happens this year, right? Yeah.
The wild card.
Go ahead, Brett.
Go ahead, Gabe.
The wild card that's out there to me is that we just got the crazy Atlantic and Gulf SSTs already that are just breaking records month after month. That's something that's totally different than we've seen before. I guess this early in the year, we're already seeing June type sea surface temperatures, except right along the coastline, across our Atlantic. It's going to be a wild. I've got a feeling we're going to see a couple wild cards thrown in there.
Yeah, for sure. I agree with that, Brett. And, you obviously got the elevated mixed layers, kind of that dry air that Eric was talking about. Also, that's a second big ingredient. Obviously, instability likely with that. And then the thing that I was going to mention is there's a great study by Lee and others in 2016 that talks about how, when, the different kind of configurations of severe weather outbreaks after, say an El Nino ends or a La Nina begins or things like that. I think you've probably looked at that, John, but this particular pattern that we're exiting, right, is the El Nino, right? We're moving out of El Nino into more of a neutral situation. And when you do that, based on this study in 2016, it's like there's like a bullseye painted from, essentially from Oklahoma all the way up to Wisconsin. So it's that same map basically that you shared, John.
Yep.
I mean, that's what the paper suggests, is that you do get more tornado outbreaks in that configuration, moving out of El Nino into neutral, which I think we're supposed to go out of El Nino in, I think we're supposed to go to neutral in May, I think is about the time frame that we're supposed to be in. So really the timing of that will really depend. I mean, that will really determine, I think, the degree to which
that's a good point.
it goes.
It's just, I think we're supposed to be out of El Nino by the time we get to summer. And I don't know how quick that's going to happen, but I think it's going to make for a potentially interesting year here, particularly when we get into April and May and early June.
In a traditional alley too this year, it seems like.
Yeah. Seems like the last couple of years, a lot of stuff's been south or out in the high plains or up in Iowa after we get out of winter. And it'll be interesting to see what happens. I'd like to see something a little more in the traditional alley, like you say. Right.
Yeah. I think, John, this is your Tornado Alley reclaims its name. It never really moved east. We're just a couple years in the drought. It's always been here. It's never leaving, right? And it's just it's going to retake its name this year as the most tornado capital of the world, right here in Tornado Alley, Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska, right? It's going to live up to, I really think it's going to live up to its name this year.
Hey, Jeff and Brett, do you guys want to rethink about putting a camera up on my roof?
At Pink, yes, I think we can all donate as the board of directors. We'll get John. Let's get Eric a Axis camera 360. Let's do 4K. You've got the bandwidth down there now, and let's just put a 460 because Norman Weather's going to appreciate it. You know that because every time it passes I-35 and it's heading over to Pink, you've got it on the ground with power flashes, right? I mean, how many tornadoes passed your house last year? Four.
That's fine.
We had four tornadoes. I got Brett calling me. I got calling Brett because he's closer to my house. I'm in the western part of Oklahoma City trying to catch up to it. And I've got him going to my house thinking my house is gone, and it's like, but something I did do, I did invest in, and this is, they're not paying me to say this, but the only above ground shelter that survived the Moore tornado, or the last Moore tornado, I should clarify, was a shelter called Oz shelters, above ground shelters. And so if you're in the central, well, anywhere in Oklahoma, he'll go to, I paid for an Oz shelter that's being installed this week or next week. I don't know.
It's awesome. I got one at my house. I literally got one in my house, and I've used it. My mother-in-law's used it. Kathy's used it when I've been out of town. I believe it. It's inside the house. It's got bolts on it, right? And it's in closet, and I use it, right? I mean, it's we've had look at the derechos and look at the wind events we had in Tulsa this last spring. We got hammered here 4 times, 80, 90, 120 mile an hour winds. And we got hammered in Tulsa and in Wausau, right? I never got tired of cleanup deal. Hey, one other thing for all the chasers, all the people out there, I'm gonna plug because I worked on the project for a couple of years. It's up and running. I looked at data last night. Matter of fact, they had storms down at Durant in East Texas. The Durant radar is up and running. And if you download the Durant radar app, it'll be available to the other apps probably this week, very, very soon. They're rolling it out. But the Durant radar app, it says, I'll get at my camera here. You'll see a little D right there. Go to the App Store and Google or the OS, and you download the Durant app. You have wild radar data. So if you're in that southeast Oklahoma, northeast Texas, and you need another radar source, it's just another radar source down there. 350,000 watt radar technically can see out 300 miles. They may have it on a 100 mile scan or 75 mile scan, but it has dual pole. It has all the data, lightning warnings, all that. But if I'm down in southeast Oklahoma, I'm watching it. I mean, it's just the data's just dropped it gorgeous, guys. It's
hey Ryan, can you get that from Jeff and let's put that out there for everybody?
Yeah, the Durant, the Durant app.
I'll get it up here.
Yeah.
I believe they actually released the app during the convention while we were there, and
exactly.
It was just now getting radar data online now.
Yeah. So they got their now, so the data is going to be going out to all the other radar vendors soon, and I'm sure all the other guys will be getting it as well. But it'll be available to everybody probably this week. Their servers are up and running, and the data get distributed, so other servers can see it. Everybody can see the data now. So I just encourage you, if you're down that part of the country and you need radar data, well, it's really hard to beat it when it's right there in your back door, right? You can watch the storms, and it's a high res radar.
So we're going to make a couple announcements here, just what we got going on in the future. We have 100% confirmed our hotel and location for 2025. It's going to be the 14th and 15th of February in the same location we just had it in Fort Worth. That Thursday will be an 18-hole golf tournament. It's already been booked. So we have full golf tournament going on. Friday we'll start at probably 10 a.m. We're going to start a little earlier on Friday. And then we'll go all the way through Sunday. And then we'll do a half a day Sunday. So it's going to be a much longer Sunday.
Wow. So this is what's called your sweetheart storm chasing adventure vacation getaway, right? Bring your wives, your girlfriends. Maybe we can get a couple of marriages going while we're doing this back. It's just I don't know. I haven't been told by anyone's getting married, but I'm sure somebody's going to get married next year, right? Let's just plan a big event, right? Let's just have all of it, right, at one event. That'd be pretty cool.
My wife's coming. There you go.
But
the wife's coming next year.
Yeah. So within that, we cannot increase numbers. So make sure the link for the hotel room should go out within the next couple of weeks. We will open up tickets sometime in July. I don't want to put a date on it. Sometime in July, because we got some website stuff that Ryan and I have to do. So it'll be in July when we release those tickets. And I don't know. We've got some decisions to make. We may have to do, because the demand may be so high, that the repeat people that have come the last year may get priority, and then go from there. So we'll look at that. That's not a guarantee. The one thing I want to break tonight, though, is we are going to do this again, but we're going to do this again for hurricane season. All right. So sometime in June, early June, I'm going to do this again with a bunch of hurricane experts, and we're going to talk about the upcoming hurricane season. There is a lot of hurricane seminars and stuff that they put on in that time frame, but I want this to completely be free. I've already got some works going on who's going to be on it, and so we're going to do this again sometime in June. Again, this is completely free. This is just informative for people, because listen, there's a lot of people out there that need to be informed, that are looking for information, that want to do the right thing. And as a summit, as a nonprofit organization, we will continue to do that. So I want to thank each of y'all for being on here. If you guys will go back into the feeds, there's questions on there that we might have missed. And then so we will go back in there and have those questions answered at some point.
I got
other
one thing
than
to
that,
mention,
guys, be safe.
Eric.
What'd you say, Ryan?
Channel recently released the 2023 summit. So not this past one, but the one before that. So the video for that is now on our YouTube channel if you want to give it a watch.
And then this will be released for free on all our platforms. It's not going to go anywhere. We're going to pin this up front on Facebook. So if each of you guys want to say a last final message, and then we'll get off for the night.
I would just say I hope everybody has a very safe spring and see some interesting stuff, but the most important thing is stay safe, I think.
Exactly.
Jeff?
Yeah, I think everybody, I don't get too excited about these early events, but I'm going to save all my time and energy and expertise for I call it the real show, which is going to be May and June, right? In the high plains, beautiful stuff. It's slower, it's much safer, and it's just much more. It's funner to talk about, right? Where you can see it out in the plains, and I'm really getting hooked on the high plains, as John and other people have tried to convince me for years that chasing Colorado is just beautiful. And I'll tell you what, late June last year and July last year in the high plains, Wyoming, oh my gosh, Nebraska, I saw stuff I've never seen in 45 years. It was just unbelievably gorgeous, right? So anyway, be safe, everybody. It's been a lot of fun.
Jeff, hey, one thing. So I've been asked to tell you we would like some more enthusiasm. You need to bring up the enthusiasm just a little bit.
That's what I heard. I heard what I need to do is just give everybody on the call here just a little bit of energy. But you know what? Look, if I've always had energy, I'm type A personality. Everybody knows that. I just love weather. There's nothing, gosh, I don't want to make excuses for how hype I get. I just love freaking weather. I love looking at science. I love looking at maps, and putting it all together. And I'll tell you what I'm really good at, but it's hard to explain this unless you're out there with me chasing, is figuring out stuff in real time, three-dimensionally, as you're chasing where you thought your target was going to be, but analyze the weather as you're driving and think three-dimensionally, spatially, and that three-dimensional is moving with time, sometimes at 50 knots, and you got to think okay, if this is happening here, what does that mean I've got to do an hour from now, right? And it takes a lot of this up here to figure out what your next move is going to be, where your next turn, where I got to be 2 hours from now. You know, the model says, hey, I got to be at Wichita, but the boundary says you better be in Grand Island. And it takes a lot of, years of experience to figure all this stuff out. It's not easy, right? I make mistakes. I bust just like everybody else. And we all have stories, right? Exactly. But I do love getting excited, right? So I'm sorry if I get too excited for you sometimes. I do get excited. I admit that. So I try to control it. This year I'm going to try to, I've got on a big tornado. I'm just going to go, hey, there's a tornado out there. It's pretty cool, right?
No, never change.
That will never happen. 40 years, buddy. That is never going to happen.
Really like back, there's a big, nice tornado on the ground, out in the field, nothing happened. Just like, hey, there's a tornado on the field. No big deal, right?
All right. Gabe?
Or don't talk at all. How about
wanted to Well, I wanted to thank everyone for watching, for the great questions. Those are just awesome questions, and just enjoyed presenting to everyone. I hope you got something out of it. Thank you, Eric, for inviting me to do this. This was really tremendous. I don't know that I've had this much fun on a Wednesday ever, honestly, except for maybe when I was chasing, but this has been a blast. So, I mean, I almost kind of want to do it again. It was so much fun talking to you all, seeing you obviously at the summit, but seeing you again here. And by the way, if anyone has any questions about the presentation that I gave, feel free to reach out on the social media at WXGabe on pretty much every platform. So don't hesitate, reach out. I'll definitely look at the comments and see what I can answer.
Ryan?
I really don't have much. I mean, I've just been trying to listen, learn as much as I can, just like the rest of you guys here on the stream. But yeah, thanks for coming out.
Yeah. Ryan is officially my chief operating officer, by the way, for the summit. So I've officially given him that title, even though he don't want it.
And he does an amazing job. That I can tell you officially, seeing all behind the scenes stuff that goes on, and these guys won't tell you, but I can tell you between Eric and Ryan, these guys are just unbelievable. I mean, it's just, I can't even put in words how much work Ryan does. It's unbelievable. I mean, he really does work with about 5 people every week. I'm not kidding you guys. It's unbelievable. No, he's laughing, but I mean, between the web and scheduling stuff and Eric, it's just, guys, it's literally hundreds. If I go back and show you all the tweets I've had from Eric just in the last 14 days, there'll probably be 200 to the board, right? And these guys make decisions daily, hourly, all year long, because there's things that pop up we got to deal with, right? But the whole board's just phenomenal. It really is. That's why we had such a great turnout. The only advice I have people watching online, and the board members know this already, whenever the tickets do come available, but we don't have a date yet, but when they do, I highly recommend everybody get them right then. My gut is we're going to sell out in days this time, and we don't know where they're going to cap it at. We're going to try to increase it from over last year. We don't have a number yet, but I highly recommend everybody gets those tickets the day they come out, because they're going to go like that. I guarantee it. This year will even be more crazier than last year, right, Eric, as far as sales go. So that's pretty much what we anticipate. And we're going to have an all-star lineup as well.
Yeah, and I've got and I wish Ed was on right now on top of that, just to piggyback on that. The venue, we got the number that the venue money made off of us, and I almost didn't return this year, and they basically got on their knees and begged us to come back. And that was a testament to everybody who went to the summit, and you guys made it an amazing summit. They want to be a part of it, but unfortunately we're moving it. So this will be our last year. 2025 will be in Dallas. And we're still trying to figure out Kansas City or Denver for the next one. More likely Kansas City, but we're working on some stuff. So lots of moving parts. That's part of what we're doing still. So
well,
Brett,
Eric, you deserve a lot of thanks for spearheading all this, and Ryan and Brandon and everybody else on the board. I tell you, thank you very much. Thanks for inviting me.
Thank you, John.
And I learned a lot listening to everybody. So,
Brett,
thanks everybody.
Yeah. Another guy that's really imperative to the way things go typically. I know he's not around here tonight, but if you know him, reach out to him. John Sibley, he's a really big cat guy. If you know John, and he's lost 2 pets in the last couple of weeks, and he's pretty torn up. And he is a huge part of our in-person presentation with making Ryan pull what little hair he has left out. when they're back there running production. So, again, John's a big part of this too. So,
Right, he
tell
is.
him you're thinking about him. If you know him, reach out to him. He's had a rough couple of days, especially. So, but good to see, such a big turnout here looking at YouTube and Facebook. We've had a pretty good turnout, and I think we all probably should jump into chasing marginal risk this year because that's when all the tornadoes are going to be.
Looks like it.
Chase the 2%.
Right.
That's it.
Bennington, anyone?
Why are you bringing up old crap? I was in the Texas Panhandle chasing noodles.
Exactly.
So, anyways.
All right, guys.
Thank you so much. And
Thank
like I
you.
said, stay
Thanks,
tuned.
Eric. Thanks, everybody.
Stay tuned. A lot more coming on. And I do have one last announcement, by the way, and John has already agreed. John will be part of the 2025 summit one way or another. He's already agreed to it. So, John, for those of y'all who, he took a little hiatus, but the storm chasing community and the meteorological community is less without him. And I am so glad that you are back and a part of us. And glad.
Thank you. I was just trying to be a fly on the wall, and I got pulled back in, but I'm enjoying it. So. And Shauna would really like to speak next year too. So we'll hope we can work that out.
Yeah. I told Ryan I've already got 3 spots filled, so we're good to go. Yeah. All right. All righty. Well, thank you, everybody, and thanks again to all you viewers. Stay tuned for everything in the future. Good night.
Bye-bye.
Okay.